Divine births don't arrive like ordinary babies. They arrive like a secret, slipping through a locked door. And tonight, that door is a prison gate in Mathura, wet with rain, guarded by fear, and listening for a prophecy to come true. Somewhere beyond the palace walls, the earth is already groaning under the weight of cruel kings. Somewhere above, the gods are watching with that quiet, unbearable patience they're famous for. And in the darkest room of all, a child is about to take his first breath and then, impossibly, choose to feel small. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're in Mathura now. The air is thick with monsoon damp, that warm, clinging wetness that turns stone slick and hair unruly. Every torch smokes, every shadow looks like it's hiding a secret. You can smell the river somewhere nearby, mud, rainwater, and the faint sharpness of reeds. The palace looms behind you like a beast that has learned to wear jewelry. Inside, Kamsa rules with a smile that never reaches his eyes. The city obeys because obedience is easier than consequences. Even the temple bells sound cautious, like they're choosing their notes carefully. And you can feel it in the ground beneath your feet, something restless, as if the earth itself keeps shifting in its sleep. The prophecy has already been spoken. It moved through corridors and marketplaces like gossip with teeth. It settled into Kamsa's mind and refused to leave. The eighth child of Devaki would be the end of him. Not a warrior from a distant kingdom, not an army at his gates, a baby. You're a king and you lose your peace to a number, 8, just 8. Kamsa tried to outrun it, the way powerful men always try, by tightening fists, by locking doors, by calling fear security. He seized his own sister Devaki and her husband Vasudeva and threw them into the prison beneath the palace. Because when you're frightened, you start treating family like a problem to be stored away. Now you're walking down the steps. The stone is cold under your palm, slick with moisture. Water drips somewhere in the dark with maddening patience. Plink, plink, plink. A guard passes you with a spear and a bored expression, as if this is all routine. And in a way, it is. The prison smells of iron, sweat, old straw, and the faint sweetness of ghee from lamps that burn far above. Chains hang from the walls like dull ornaments. Rats argue softly in the corners. Your own breath sounds too loud. Devaki sits on the floor. Her hair is loose. Her eyes are tired in a way that sleep won't fix. Vasudeva sits close beside her, the two of them sharing warmth like a small rebellion. Their ankles are bound. The chain links are thick enough to insult hope. Outside, thunder rolls. A storm presses itself against the world, heavy and impatient. Rain runs down the palace stones and finds every crack, every weakness. Even the prison seems to flinch. And then, in the middle of all this, birth begins. No fan, no midwife, no soft bed, just stone, breath, and will. Your stomach tightens, not from fear of what you'll see, but from the strange tenderness of it. This couple has been squeezed down to nothing. No freedom, no future, no certainty. And still, life insists. The moment arrives quietly, almost politely. A small sound, a first breath, a tiny presence entering a room that should have held only despair. You expect the world to shake. Instead, the prison grows still. The baby lies in Devaki's arms, and the lamplight seems to steady itself, as if it has decided to behave. The child's skin is warm, newly arrived. His fingers curl and uncurl like he's testing the idea of touch. Then his eyes open. And for one breath, one blink in heartbeat, you see it too. Not with your eyes exactly, more like the inside of your mind is pulled open. A vastness, a sky without edges, galaxies turning like slow wheels, oceans shimmering, mountains, fire, wind, the whole universe held in a gaze so calm, it almost feels like laughter. Devaki and Vasudeva freeze. Their fear doesn't vanish. It simply becomes very small, like a candle in a storm that refuses to go out. Then the child softens. The vastness folds itself away, like a silk cloth being put back in a box. The baby blinks again and becomes, very convincingly, just a baby. Tiny mouth, tiny nose, a little shiver at the cool air. A divine being, and also someone who definitely needs swaddling. Immediately, Vasudeva moves. He knows what waits above them. He knows Kamsa's ears are trained for the sound of new life. The chains should stop him. They don't. The locks loosen as if they've suddenly remembered they are only metal. The door swings open, slow and obedient. The guards outside sit slumped in unnatural sleep, heads tilted like children who nodded off during a sermon. You follow Vasudeva into the storm. Rain hits you like warm beads. The streets of Mathura shine with puddles that mirror torchlight. The wind pulls at cloth and hair and makes every corner feel alive. Vasudeva holds the baby against his chest and steps through the sleeping city like a man walking through a dream he can't afford to wake from. And of course, the night chooses now to be dramatic. The Yamuna is swollen. You reach the riverbank, and the water is a moving darkness, thick and fast, carrying branches and foam. The smell is sharp, wet earth, churned silt, and river plants crushed by current. Lightning flashes, turning the surface silver for an instant. Vasudeva steps in. Cold water bites at your ankles, then your calves. The current pushes hard, impatient, as if the river has its own opinion about this plan. The baby stays quiet, pressed to warmth, as though he understands the importance of not making announcements. A serpent rises from the dark, fast, hooded, not threatening, not hunting, sheltering. Its hood spreads above Vasudeva like an umbrella the heavens decided to provide at the last second. Rain strikes the serpent's canopy and runs off in sheets, and for a moment, you almost want to laugh, because even divinity apparently agrees that a newborn shouldn't get soaked. The crossing is slow. Water climbs up Vasudeva's chest. The current tugs like hands. His feet find stones by faith alone. The wind keeps trying to steal the breath from his mouth. And then, shore. On the far side, the air smells different. Less stone, more cow dung smoke from distant hearths. A sweeter note too. Milk, butter, and night-blooming jasmine. Gokula sleeps. Huts sit low and humble, roofs dark with rain. Cows breathe in their sheds, warm and steady, their soft snorts oddly comforting. Somewhere, a calf shifts in straw with the heavy seriousness of someone who has never heard a prophecy in his life. Vasudeva reaches one particular house. Inside, Yashoda has given birth. The room is dim, lit by a small lamp. The air is thick with that comforting scent of warm milk and ghee. You can hear Nanda's deep breathing from the corner, exhausted, collapsed into sleep. There's a cradle near the bed, soft cloth, a home that has never seen palace chains. In Yashoda's arms, lies her newborn, a girl, small, quiet, wrapped snug. Vasudeva's hands tremble, not from weakness, from the weight of what he must do. The swap happens gently, like a prayer offered without words. The baby boy is placed where a village child belongs, warm, safe, surrounded by ordinary life, and the baby girl is lifted into Vasudeva's arms, carried back into the storm like a secret in reverse. You step outside again. Rain has softened to a steady hush. The river still rushes, but the night feels less hostile now, as if the hard part has already happened and the world is catching its breath. Back in Mathura, the prison door closes behind you. The chains return. The guards will wake and swear they heard nothing. Vasudeva sits again beside Devaki as if he never moved. The baby girl cries, loudly, boldly, not at all interested in stealth. And somewhere above, in the palace, Kamsa's mourning begins. He rises with that familiar tightness in his chest, the one that never quite leaves. A king with everything, and still haunted by an unseen cradle. He walks fast because fear gives you energy like nothing else. You can almost see what happens next before it happens. The guards run, the keys jangle, the prison door swings open. Kamsa storms in, expecting to end the prophecy with his own hands, and the universe, very calmly, has already stepped out of his reach. Stay close tonight. You're going to follow that child into cowherd lanes that smell of butter and dust, into moonlit riverbanks where flutes make people forget their own names. You'll watch a god grow up pretending to be small, laughing with milk on his lips, while destiny waits like a patient drumbeat far away. For now, though, you're still in Mathura. The rain keeps falling, the lamp keeps burning. And somewhere in Gokula, a baby sleeps, ordinary as breath, impossible as the sky. Morning in Gokula doesn't arrive with trumpets. It arrives with milk, warm steam curling out of clay pots, the sleepy lowing of cows, the soft slap of bare feet on packed earth, and that sweet, unmistakable smell, cow dung drying into fuel, jasmine crushed under someone's heel, and butter being churned so early your eyes can barely open. You're there when the courtyard wakes. Nanda's house is simple in the way rich cowherds can be simple, wide, sturdy, busy. Ropes hang from beams. Brass vessels catch the light. A calf tries to lick a hanging garland and gets scolded for being ambitious. Inside, in the dimness, a baby stirs. Not the baby everyone in Mathura is searching for. This one lies on a soft bedding of folded cloth, his cheeks round, his fists tight, like he's already holding secrets. Yashoda leans over him, hair loose from sleep, bangles sliding down her wrist. She doesn't look like someone who just received the most impossible child in the world. She looks like a mother checking if her baby is hungry. And he is. Of course he is. The first time she lifts him, the room fills with that small baby smell, milk breath and warm skin and ghee. He opens his eyes and you feel it, even if you don't understand it yet. The air changes, just for a blink, like a lamp flame leaning toward a wind that isn't there. Then he fusses, kicks, and turns his face into her shoulder as if the universe can wait until after breakfast. You can almost hear the village beginning outside, women calling to one another, pots clinking, a cart creaking, someone laughing at someone else's sleepy hair. Gokula doesn't know it's holding a storm in its arms. Not yet. The days settle in like this, feeding, bathing, singing, the steady work of living among cows and children, and dust that never truly leaves your skin. By noon, The lanes glow golden, and by evening, everyone's eyelashes are rimmed with the day's sand. You walk through the village and feel how close everything is. Houses pressed shoulder to shoulder, courtyards shared by gossip and goats, the Yamuna not far away, always muttering to itself like an old storyteller who never runs out of breath. And in the middle of it all, this child. They name him Krishna, dark as rain cloud shadow. Sometimes they call him Shama. Sometimes just that one, because if you say his name too many times, he appears. He appears under a butter pot. He appears behind a calf that has slipped its tether. He appears beside a woman who swears she locked her pantry. He appears where he absolutely should not be. Yashoda learns quickly that this baby has a talent, not for sitting still, not for behaving. No, his gift is making sure everyone stays awake. One afternoon, you're sitting in the shade near the churning place, listening to the wooden churn squeak as it turns. The smell of curds is sharp in the heat. Flies hover, hopeful and rude. Yashoda's friends are there too, bangles flashing as they work, trading little complaints about husbands, children, and the price of salt. Krishna toddles in, still wobbly, still small enough that his ankles look like they were shaped from butter. He watches the churning, very seriously, as if he's a learned sage studying the secrets of creation. Then he crawls closer, reaches up, and plants his hand right into the fresh butter. A perfect slow-motion crime. His face changes at once, calm, blissful, certain. You can almost see him thinking, yes, this is correct. One of the women makes a sound of outrage, half laugh, half scold. Yashoda snatches him up, wipes his fingers, and tries to look stern. It doesn't work. Her mouth twitches, his eyes shine. He's won. And this becomes the rhythm of the village, the women trying to keep their butter safe, and this small, dark child making it a daily sport. They hang pots from the ceiling beams. He learns to drag a stool. They hide butter in the back room. He learns to follow the smell. They lock the door. He learns to wait until someone else opens it. Because there are always other children. Balarama is there too, his older brother, pale and strong even as a little boy, already carrying the calm stubbornness of someone born to hold his ground. The two of them move through Gokula like a pair of mischievous winds. You see them in the lanes at midday, when the sun presses down so hard, the air shimmers over the mud walls. Boys run barefoot, dust puffing under their heels. Someone's mother calls after them to drink water. They ignore her the way children have ignored sensible advice since the beginning of time. Krishna runs with them. Sometimes he leads. Sometimes he's caught and carried upside down, laughing, his hair full of straw. And sometimes, when you blink, he's already somewhere else, as if space itself is playing along. You can feel it, standing there with the village boys, watching him grin with butter still clinging to the corner of his mouth. This isn't the Mathura prison anymore. This is sunlight. This is cowbells. This is a god pretending to be the kind of boy who gets scolded for dirty feet. And then one day, Danger walks into Gokula wearing a smile. It's late afternoon. The shadows are long. The air smells of smoke and cooling milk. Cows are being herded in, their hooves thudding softly, tails flicking at flies. A woman appears at the edge of the lane. She looks fine. Too fine, maybe. Her sari is clean, where everyone else's is dust-stained. Her face is lovely in a way that makes you notice it before you mean to. She carries herself like she's used to being obeyed. She asks where the babies are. People soft-hearted from a day's work, and the simple kindness of village life, point her toward Yashoda's house. A few women glance at each other, wondering who she is, but then a calf bumps someone's knee, and a pot nearly tips, and village thoughts move on. Inside, Krishna is fussing, hungry again. Yashoda is busy. The house is never not busy. She's measuring grain, checking the fire, turning for a moment to answer someone calling from the courtyard. And so the stranger reaches the cradle first. You're close enough to smell her perfume, not jasmine, something heavier, something that tries to cover another scent beneath it, like ghee poured over smoke. She lifts Krishna as if she belongs there. She presses him to her, and the room goes still. Even the flies pause their whining, as if the air has remembered an old fear. Krishna latches the way hungry babies do, trusting, thoughtless, perfect. For a heartbeat, it looks ordinary. Then the stranger's face changes. Her smile tightens, her eyes sharpen. Whatever she came to do, she expects it to be easy. But Krishna drinks, not the way a baby drinks. He drinks as if he's pulling the life out of the lie itself. The woman stiffens, her breath catches, her arms tighten, suddenly desperate, trying to pry him away. It doesn't work. He holds on, small hands gripping, and the room seems to tilt. The lamp flame trembles, the air thickens, a sound escapes her, part gasp, part broken breath, and her beauty peels away like paint in rain. For a moment, you see what she truly is, huge and terrible, the shadow underneath the nurse's disguise. And then, just as suddenly, she collapses. The house shakes. Outside, people shout and rush toward the sound. Pots rattle on shelves. A dog bolts under a cart. Yashoda runs in, snatching Krishna up, heart pounding so hard you can almost hear it over everything else. She sees the fallen shape, too big for the room, too wrong for the world of butter and lullabies. Krishna, in her arms, gurgles, content, as if he's just finished a good meal. The villagers pour in. Nanda comes, eyes wide. Someone cries out that a demoness has been here. Someone else clutches their child and whispers prayers with shaking lips. And Krishna yawns. His mouth opens in that soft, pink, helpless way of babies. You'd think the fear would leave right then, because what could be more innocent than a yawn? But it doesn't, because the fear is not of him. It's of what keeps coming for him. News travels faster than carts in a small village. By evening, every courtyard is buzzing. The men talk in low voices, pretending they aren't scared. The women keep checking doorways, as if a shadow might step over the threshold. They gather around Yashoda and tell her to be careful. They tell her to keep charms near the cradle, to smear protective marks, to call the old priest who knows the right chants. Yashoda does it all. She ties amulets, she lights lamps, she burns incense until the room smells like smoke and sandalwood and desperate hope. Then she kisses Krishna's forehead and rocks him until his lashes droop. Because what else can a mother do? Night settles over Gokula. Crickets sing. The Yamuna murmurs beyond the trees. Somewhere, a bull snorts in his sleep, annoyed at his own dream. You lie back in the dark with the sense that the world is holding its breath, and the baby sleeps peacefully, as if nothing in the universe could possibly reach him. The next attacks don't announce themselves with horns and drums. They slip into ordinary moments. A cart stands in the courtyard one morning, piled with pots and cloth, the wooden wheels dusty, the whole thing leaning slightly like it always has. Krishna is set down beneath it for a moment, while Yashoda turns to wash her hands. He kicks, just a baby's kick. A tiny heel thumps the air, and the cart jolts. Wood groans, pots tumble, milk spills in white arcs across the earth. The wheel shudders, as if struck by an invisible bull. Then the whole thing collapses with a crash, the frame splintering, the pots shattering, the courtyard suddenly full of clanging noise and flying dust. People run in, coughing, calling out. Krishna lies there in the wreckage, blinking, a little annoyed at the commotion. His toes wiggle. Someone reaches for him with shaking hands, sure they're about to find him crushed. But there he is, fine, just surrounded by a cart that looks as if it tried to fight a thunderbolt and lost. The village stares. Then, because villagers are villagers, someone groans about how expensive those pots were. Another day, when the heat is sharp and the air tastes like dry grass, a strange wind comes down into the courtyard. It isn't the cool mercy of an evening breeze. It's a twisting, hungry thing. Dust lifts in spirals. Leaves whip across the ground. A curtain snaps against a doorway like a frightened bird. Krishna is outside, playing with the other little ones, chewing on something he definitely should not be chewing on. Yashoda calls his name, stepping toward him. And the wind surges. It wraps around him like arms. Before anyone can move, Krishna is lifted, snatched up, rising into the air, his small body swallowed by swirling dust. Women scream, men shout. Someone runs after the spinning column, as if legs can outrun wind. You feel the grit sting your eyes, taste earth in your mouth, hear the village panic, turn into a single frantic roar. The whirlwind carries him up, up, as if it means to take him out of human reach. But Krishna doesn't wail the way a frightened child might. He twists in the air, he grabs, he clings. And then the wind falters, the spiral stutters like a dancer tripping mid-step. The roaring sound breaks into uneven gusts. Something heavy hits the ground beyond the courtyard wall. The dust settles slowly, drifting down like a shaken blanket. And there, in the open field, lies the still form of a great demon, shattered by the weight of a child who refused to be carried away. Krishna crawls out of the settling dust, rubbing his eyes. He toddles toward home, as if he's wandered too far and expects to be scolded for it. When Yashoda reaches him, she clutches him so hard he squeaks, then loosens her grip, crying and laughing at once, her bangles clattering like frantic bells. You're close enough to feel her trembling, to smell sweat and milk on her skin, to see the way her eyes search Krishna's body again and again, unable to believe he's unhurt. Krishna pats her cheek with a small hand, a comforting gesture, as if she's the one who needs soothing. And in a way, she does, because the village is beginning to understand something it never wanted to understand. Their little thief, their butter-faced troublemaker, he's being hunted. Still, life continues, because it has to. Cows need milking, whether the sky is kind or cruel. Children need feeding, whether demons are real or only whispered about. Women still gather in the shade to churn, their arms moving with the steady rhythm of work that keeps fear from taking over. And Krishna keeps being Krishna. He grows into that age where he can talk just enough to defend himself in the most infuriating way possible. A woman finds her butter missing and storms into Yashoda's courtyard, swearing she saw Krishna's footprints, tiny, perfect, leading right to her pantry. Yashoda grabs Krishna, demands to see his hands, his mouth. He looks offended, as if she's accusing him of robbing a temple treasury instead of butter. She pries his lips apart, expecting to find the evidence, white smears, guilty crumbs. Instead, she sees the universe, not metaphorically, not poetically. The inside of his mouth opens into something impossible, vast and deep and spinning. You see worlds like pearls suspended in dark water. You see stars burning cold and bright. You see the curve of the earth itself, oceans glinting, mountains like wrinkles on a giant brow. You see the sun and moon moving in their paths as easily as beads sliding on a string. And you see Gokula, too. You see the same courtyard you're standing in, the same cows, the same women, the same frightened mother holding her child. For a breath, Yashoda's mind goes empty. Her arms go slack. Her heart forgets how to beat. Then Krishna closes his mouth and smiles, milk-toothed and ordinary, and the vision snaps shut like a door. Yashoda sways. Her friends catch her by the elbows. Someone asks what's wrong. Someone else says it must be dizziness from the heat. Yashoda looks down at Krishna again, at his dust-smudged knees, his hair sticking up in one ridiculous tuft, his eyes bright with mischief. And her mother's mind does what mothers' minds do when faced with the impossible. It chooses the child over the cosmos. She scolds him anyway, because whether you contain the universe or not, stealing butter is still stealing butter. Krishna takes the scolding with the patience of someone who has been scolded before and will be scolded again. Then he slips away the moment she turns. By afternoon, you find him with the other boys out near the grazing grounds where the grass is thin and the earth is warm beneath your feet. The air smells of sun-baked leaves and cattle, and the sound of cowbells drifts over the fields in a slow, lazy music. They play games that are half chasing and half falling. They wrestle and roll, getting so dusty they look like little clay statues come to life. Krishna is the center, without trying to be. Boys lean toward him when he speaks. They follow him when he runs. Even when he's wrong, they somehow end up agreeing with him. Balarama pretends not to notice, but you can see it. His watchfulness, the way his gaze flicks over the tree line, the way he positions himself between Krishna and whatever shadow might be watching, because shadows keep coming. Sometimes they come as animals. A crane appears one day near the riverbank, absurdly large, its beak sharp as a spear, its eyes too knowing. It moves toward the boys with a slow, measured confidence, like it expects them to scatter. The boys do scatter. Krishna doesn't. He stands there with river mud cooling his toes, head tilted, as if he's deciding whether this is a bird or a problem. The crane lunges. There's a burst of motion. Wings, dust, water droplets flung into sunlight. The boys cry out and stumble backward. Then the great bird collapses, its false life leaving it, the demon inside it exposed and defeated by the small hands of a cowherd child. The boys stare, trembling. A moment later, someone laughs, too loudly, too fast, relief spilling out in the shape of sound. Another day, a serpent-shaped terror lies hidden in the grass, mouth like a cave, the air around it strangely still. The boys wander too close, drawn by curiosity, by the foolish courage children always have in unlimited supply. Krishna steps forward. The world holds its breath again. And then the danger ends, not with long struggle, but with sudden, decisive stillness, like a storm that rises and breaks in one sharp clap of thunder. The boys run to Krishna afterward, clinging to him, swearing he's the bravest, the strongest, the best. Krishna beams as if he's just won a game. And in his mind, Maybe he has. Because for him, it is a game with rules only he knows. Back in the village, Yashoda hears these stories the way mothers hear terrible news, through half sentences, through the breathless excitement of children, through the strained calm of women, trying not to alarm her. She tries to keep him close after that. It doesn't work. You can't keep a river in a pot. One morning, after he's stolen butter from 3 houses in a row, Yashoda finally catches him properly. He's in the churning room, standing on an overturned mortar, arm buried up to the elbow in a hanging pot. Butter streaks his cheek. His eyes widen when he sees her. He tries to smile his way out of it. It fails. Yashoda's patience, a sturdy thing built from years of work and love, finally snaps like a dry twig. She grabs a rope. She means to tie him to the mortar for a little while, not to harm him, just to make sure, for once in his life, he stays where she puts him. Krishna protests, twisting, trying to slide out of her hands like a fish. Yashoda wrestles him down with the competence of someone who has wrangled calves, children, and stubborn husbands. She loops the rope. It's too short. She gets another, adds it, still too short. Another rope, another. The pile grows, coils of rope everywhere like sleeping snakes. The women watching begin to murmur, exchanging looks. Someone bites back a laugh because it's almost funny. This strong, determined mother collecting every rope in the house and still not managing to tie up one small boy. Krishna sits there, chest heaving with fake outrage, then with real surprise. Yashoda's hair comes loose, sweat beads on her forehead, her bangles slide down her wrists with every tug. Finally she pauses, just for a breath. Her eyes soften, not because she's giving up, but because love rises in her like water in a well, quiet, unstoppable. Krishna looks at her then, really looks, and something in him yields. The rope fits, it wraps around him, around the mortar, holding him in place. Yashoda wipes her face, exhausted, triumphant, and immediately guilty for being triumphant. She kisses his head. She tells him to behave. She tells him she'll be back soon. Then she leaves him there. Krishna, tied like any other naughty child, sitting in a patch of sun, lower lip stuck out in a pout, so practiced it could soften a stone-hearted judge. You sit with him for a moment. You hear the village sounds beyond the courtyard. The churn squeaking, women calling, a cow snorting, a distant flute practicing the same line again and again, as if the musician is arguing with the wind. Krishna's pout fades. His eyes drift sideways, thoughtful. Then he shuffles, dragging the heavy mortar behind him with a scraping sound that makes you wince because someone is going to be furious about the floor. He reaches the 2 great trees near the courtyard edge, old, thick trunks, roots knuckled above the earth. He pulls. The mortar catches between them. Krishna leans back, small body tense, and tugs again. The trees tremble, leaves shiver, and with a sound like the earth cracking its knuckles, the 2 great trunks split and fall, crashing down in a storm of dust and shattered branches. Birds explode into the air. The courtyard fills with the smell of sap and broken wood. Women scream and come running, certain the boy has finally done it, finally found a way to end himself through mischief. But Krishna sits there in the dust, still tied, blinking at the fallen trees as if even he is slightly impressed. Yashoda rushes in and gathers him up, scolding through tears. Krishna presses his butter-smeared face into her shoulder. And the village, shaken and relieved, tries to laugh it off. They say he's strong. They say he's lucky. They say the trees must have been rotten. They say anything except what their hearts are beginning to whisper late at night when the lamps are low and the Yamuna sounds far away. The seasons turn. Monsoon comes and goes, leaving the earth smelling washed and raw. Puddles form in the lanes, reflecting the sky in broken pieces. Frogs sing like they own the world. Children splash barefoot through mud, shrieking with joy until someone's mother threatens them with a stick. Krishna grows, not tall yet, not in the way heroes grow in stories. He grows in presence, in certainty, in the way everyone's eyes find him without meaning to. By the time he's 7, he's out in the fields every day, herding calves with the other boys. They carry little flutes made of hollow reed, blowing more enthusiasm than music. They play at being warriors, swinging sticks like swords, declaring themselves kings of anthills. Krishna's flute, though, is different. When he lifts it, the sound doesn't just float in the air. It slips under your skin. It turns the hot afternoon soft. It makes the cows lift their heads, ears twitching. It makes birds hush mid-call, as if they don't want to interrupt. And it makes people, women drawing water, men mending fences, girls carrying pots, pause in whatever they're doing, hearts tilting toward that sound like sunflowers toward light. You're standing near the Yamuna one evening when you hear it. The river is wide here, slow-moving, reflecting the bruised colors of sunset. The air smells of wet clay and lotus, and mosquitoes hover in patient swarms, already planning their night. Krishna sits on a rock near the bank, feet dangling. The calves cluster around, chewing, tails flicking lazily. Balarama leans against a tree, arms folded, pretending not to be listening. Krishna plays, and for a moment, the whole world feels like it's breathing in time with that music. Even the river seems to hush. It can't last. Nothing in this world lasts untouched. One day, the village prepares for the storm season rituals. The men speak with pride about honoring Indra, the great lord of rain. Offerings are gathered, songs are rehearsed. The air fills with that festival energy, half devotion, half excitement at the chance to dress up and eat well. Krishna watches it all with bright, curious eyes. Then he asks questions, not rude ones, not angry ones, just questions that land like stones dropped into a still pond. Why Indra, he wonders, when it's Govardhan that feeds the cows with grass, when it's the hill that gives shelter and herbs and streams? Why not honor what holds you up every day? The cowherds laugh at first. He's 7. What does he know about gods and offerings? Then they keep thinking about it, and the more they think, the more it makes a strange kind of sense. So that year, the offerings go to Govardhan. They heap food in piles, rice, curds, sweets gleaming with ghee. They decorate the hill with garlands. They circle it singing, their feet raising little clouds of dust that catch in the sunlight. You walk with them, your skin warm, your mouth watering at the smell of spiced milk and jaggery. Your ears full of drums and laughter. It feels good. It feels right. Until the sky changes. At first it's just a darkening at the horizon, a line of cloud like ink spilled in water. Then the wind rises, sharp, angry. The cows grow restless. The birds vanish into trees. Thunder grumbles overhead, not like a distant storm passing by, but like something directly above you, waiting. Then the rain comes, not gentle, not monsoon-friendly. This rain is a punishment. It slams down in hard sheets, stinging your skin. The lanes flood within minutes. Roofs begin to leak. Mud walls soften, sagging. People shout, trying to bring the calves in, trying to keep fires alive, trying to protect grain stores from turning to paste. Lightning forks across the sky, white and blinding. Thunder cracks so close, you feel it in your teeth. The cowherds realize then what they've done. Indra is furious. They run through the storm, hair plastered to their heads, clothes heavy and clinging, carrying children and dragging calves by ropes. Cows bellow in panic. The smell of wet dung and soaked straw fills the air, thick and sour. And in the chaos, you see Krishna, small, calm. He stands in the pounding rain, as if the rain is just another sound in the world. He looks toward Govardhan. Then he runs, barefoot through mud, slipping once, catching himself, laughing like this is an adventure. The villagers follow, because what else is there to do? You follow too, stumbling, blinking rain from your eyes, your hands cold despite the heat of the storm. At the base of Govardhan, the hill looms dark and slick, water streaming down its sides in shining rivulets. Trees sway violently. The ground is already turning to sludge. People gather there, huddled, shivering, terrified. Krishna steps forward. He places his small hand against the rock, and he lifts the mountain. Not the whole earth, not the whole world, just enough. Enough that the hill rises like a great umbrella, a curved shelter opening beneath it. You're underneath it suddenly, along with everyone else, the cowherds, the women, the children, the calves, the cows, the old men clutching their walking sticks. The air beneath the lifted mountain is damp and cool, smelling of stone and crushed grass. Outside, the rain still roars. You can see it like a curtain at the edges, water pouring down in relentless sheets, lightning flashing, the world beyond blurred into grey. Inside you hear breathing, you hear muffled sobs, you hear cows settling, hooves scraping, bodies pressing close for warmth. You hear someone whispering prayers into their palms. And there, at the center, is Krishna, 7 years old, standing with one arm raised. His little finger holds the mountain as easily as if he's balancing a bowl. His face is bright, his eyes sparkle. He even jokes, wordlessly, with that look, because you can see it in the way he glances around, as if to say, well, everyone comfortable? Anyone needs snacks? The villagers stare at him for a long time. Fear drains out of them, replaced by something softer, heavier, wonder. Time stretches. 1 day becomes 2, then 3. They stay under Govardhan while the rain hammers down, while Indra pours his rage on the world and finds it doesn't reach the people he meant to break. The smell under the mountain changes with each day. Sweat and damp earth, milk turning slightly sour, crushed flowers, the smoky hint of a small protected fire someone manages to keep alive. Children fall asleep against their mothers. Calves curl up, legs tucked under, eyes half closed. Men sit with their backs against stone, exhausted, listening to the endless roar outside. You feel the strange intimacy of it, an entire village pressed together in one shelter, the boundary between families, blurred by necessity. Someone shares a piece of dry bread. Someone passes a pot of water. Someone laughs quietly when a goat tries to climb onto a sleeping man. Krishna never lowers his arm. He shifts his stance now and then, rolling his shoulder as if holding a mountain is tiring the way holding a water pot might be tiring. But his face stays calm, almost cheerful. Balarama watches him with a steady gaze, saying nothing, but his presence is like a pillar beside a pillar. On the seventh day, the thunder finally retreats. The rain eases into drizzle, then into silence. Outside, the world is soaked and broken. Trees down, fields flooded, roofs damaged. The air smells clean in that sharp post-storm way, like the earth has been scrubbed raw. Krishna looks up once, as if listening to something in the sky. Then he lowers Govardhan gently, settling it back into place without a tremor. The village steps out into the grey light, blinking, breathing as if they've been underwater and just surfaced. Indra's rage has passed, and in its wake, something shifts in Gokula. People still churn butter, still scold their children, still argue over whose cow wandered where. But now, when Krishna passes, their eyes follow him with a different kind of knowing. Not fear, not exactly. More like reverence that keeps tripping over affection. Because how do you bow to a boy who just stole your butter yesterday? How do you worship someone you've wiped mud off with your own hands? Krishna makes it easy for them. He grins. He runs off with the other boys. He goes right back to being trouble. And then, as if the world needs sweetness after so much rain, the nights begin to change. The moon grows full and bright, turning the Yamuna into a path of silver. The air cools. The jasmine opens wider, pouring scent into the darkness until you feel like you're breathing perfume. This is the season when music carries far. You're near the river one night when the flute begins again. Not a practice melody, not a child's tune. This sound is different, rounded, deep, intimate, like a hand reaching into your chest and gently turning your heart towards something you didn't know you missed. Women pause in their courtyards. A pot tilts, spilling water, unnoticed. A necklace is half fastened and then forgotten. Feet begin to move toward the river as if the ground itself is guiding them. You feel it too, standing there. The pull, the softness, the sense that rules and duties are suddenly far away, like a town you left behind days ago. The gopis, cowherd women, gather at the riverbank, their anklets chiming softly. They come in simple clothes, hair loose, eyes shining. Some are laughing, some are breathless, some look as if they're walking in a dream. Krishna stands among the trees, half hidden in shadow, flute at his lips. He doesn't speak much. He doesn't need to. The night itself becomes the conversation. They dance. Not the kind of dance performed for kings. This is a dance that belongs to the river and the moon and the warm sand under bare feet. Their skirts swirl, their bangles flash. The air fills with the scent of crushed flowers and skin warmed by movement. You stand at the edge, watching, and it feels as if the world has narrowed down to this: music, moonlight, the river whispering, and a boy whose smile makes own women forget the shape of their own lives. And there are pranks too, because, of course, there are. One morning, the women go to bathe at the Yamuna. The sun is still low, making the water cold enough to bite. They set their clothes on the bank, folded neatly, bangles placed carefully so they won't be lost. Then they wade in, squealing at the chill, splashing one another, laughing. And Krishna steals their clothes. You see him in the trees, balancing bundles of cloth like a victorious bandit. The women notice and shout, shocked and furious, trying to cover themselves with water and hands and dignity. Krishna, completely unbothered, simply refuses to return the clothes until they come out and ask properly. It's outrageous, it's embarrassing, and somehow, even in their anger, The women end up laughing too, because who argues with the boy in a tree holding a sari like a flag? Eventually, the clothes come back down, one bundle at a time. The women dress quickly, cheeks flushed, hair dripping, scolding him with all the force they can gather. Krishna listens with a look of innocent attention that convinces no one. Then he runs off, fast as sunlight, leaving behind only laughter and the river's endless murmur. Days in Vrindavan keep unfolding like this. Sweetness braided with danger, wonder hidden inside ordinary chores. One moment, Krishna is herding calves, teasing a friend, stealing a mouthful of someone's lunch. The next moment, a demon arrives disguised as a horse, thundering toward him, with eyes like burning coals. The boys scatter, shouting. Krishna stands his ground, dust swirling around his ankles. The danger ends quickly, decisively, like a nightmare that breaks at dawn. Then he's back, dusting off his hands, smiling, asking if anyone wants to play again. You start to feel the strange truth of it. How the village lives with miracles the way it lives with weather. The impossible becomes part of the landscape. A woman lights a lamp and remembers the time her butter pot refilled itself after Krishna touched it. A man looks at the moon and remembers a mountain held up like an umbrella. A child falls asleep to flute music and wakes with the taste of sweetness still in his mouth. And always, the Yamuna keeps flowing. Cool at night, warm in afternoon, smelling of river mud and lotus and the faint smoke of distant cooking fires. The river sees everything. The laughter, the panic, the dancing, the quiet moments when Yashoda sits with Krishna's head in her lap, combing his hair, humming, trying not to think about shadows. Because shadows are still out there. Far away in Mathura, Kamsa is still tightening his grip on fear. He's still sending out hunters, still searching for the child who slipped through his hands like smoke. But Gokula is not Mathura. Here, the lanes are narrow and familiar. The people are stubborn. The love is thick as curd. And the child they are raising, this butter thief, this flute player, this troublemaker with galaxies behind his teeth, belongs to them in a way no prophecy can undo. You stand in the village at sunset when the sky turns orange and pink and the dust in the air glows as if it's made of gold. Cows amble home, bells chiming softly. Someone calls Krishna's name from a doorway. He comes running, hair wild, feet dirty, laughing at something only he understands. Yashoda catches him, scolds him, wipes his face, and pulls him inside. A lamp is lit. The smell of hot milk fills the room. Outside, the first stars appear, and in the quiet between one flute song and the next, you can feel it, the way childhood is already beginning to stretch, the way the horizon is slowly making room for something larger. But for now, in Vrindavan, Krishna is still small enough to fit in his mother's arms, still wild enough to steal butter with complete sincerity, still close enough that you can hear his laughter echo down the cowherd lanes, bright and human, as the night gathers gently around the Yamuna. The smell changes first. Vrindavan smells like warm milk and dust and crushed marigold. Mathura smells like stone that has baked all day in the sun, like river mud drying on steps, like iron rubbed clean. You feel it the moment you come through the gates. The streets are wider here, the walls are higher, and the air holds a tightness, like the whole city is holding its breath and waiting for a shout. The Yamuna still flows, of course, but in Mathura, even the river seems watched. You're walking behind two boys who no longer look like boys. Krishna's shoulders have lengthened. The wildness is still there, but it's gathered into him like a longbow pulled tight. Balarama moves beside him, broad and steady, with the calm of a man who could lift a cart and then politely apologize for blocking the road. And you can feel the eyes, from balconies, from shaded doorways, from behind curtains that flutter and then snap shut again. People recognize them and don't, all at once, as if their hearts know before their minds dare to. Ahead, the arena rises, a wrestling ground, packed tight. You hear the roar before you see the faces, thousands of throats, one hunger, conch shells blare, drums hammer. The sound bounces off stone and comes back at you twice as loud. And somewhere above it all, like a bird circling, sits Kamsa. You don't see a crown. You see a man gripping an armrest so hard his knuckles go pale. His smile looks practiced, like it was fitted to his face by someone who didn't like him. This is the moment. You're standing at the edge of the sand when the first trap is sent. An elephant is brought in, huge, tusked, painted and garlanded, bells on its ankles. It should look festive. It doesn't. It looks like a moving wall. The handlers drive it forward, and the beast's breath comes out in hot, wet gusts. Its feet sink into the sand with a sound like heavy pots being set down. Krishna and Balarama step closer. No armor, no chariot. Just two young men in simple cloth. Dust already clinging to their ankles, like the arena wants to claim them early. For a heartbeat, everything goes quiet. Even the elephant seems to hesitate, swinging its trunk, confused, because it was trained to crush fear. And these two are not giving it any. Then it happens fast. The elephant charges. Sand sprays up. The bells on its ankles turn frantic. You feel the ground tremble through your feet, a drumbeat that isn't music. Balarama meets it first, not with panic, but with that steady strength, like someone closing a door against a strong wind. Krishna moves like water around stone. There's a blur, a twist, a sudden shift of weight, and the great beast stumbles. The arena explodes in sound. People shout, laugh, gasp, some in joy, some in terror, because joy is dangerous in a city ruled by fear. The elephant's power breaks like a wave on rock, and it collapses into stillness, and Kamsa's smile breaks with it. He tries the next trap. The wrestlers come out, giants of men, oiled and proud, their arms thick as tree trunks. They circle, confident, because they've never been told no by anyone smaller than a palace. You can smell the oil on their skin, sharp and pungent in the heat. You can smell the arena too, sweat, trampled sand, the faint sweetness of garlands wilting in the sun. Krishna steps into the ring. He looks almost unimpressive if you ignore the way the air around him seems awake, almost like a village boy who wandered into the wrong festival. One wrestler lunges, and then the world reminds you that Krishna grew up wrestling calves, pulling carts, lifting mountains like umbrellas. The match becomes a dance that shouldn't be possible. A grip is caught and turned. A shoulder slips out of reach like a fish flicking past a hand. A huge man overcommits by a single breath, and suddenly he's in the sand, blinking, shocked to find the sky above him. Balarama handles the other one with a blunt simplicity that feels almost polite, like moving a heavy sack to clear a doorway. The crowd loses its mind. They chant, they stomp, they throw flowers, and then, in the middle of all that noise, you feel a different kind of silence move through the stands, because Kamsa stands. His eyes are wide now, not angry, not even calculating. Afraid, he shouts orders, guards surge forward with spears and shields, trying to make up in numbers what they lack in courage. They surround the ring, a glittering hedge of metal, and Krishna turns toward the throne. You see him walk, sand clinging to his feet. No rush, no hesitation, just that calm, terrible certainty, like the river heading for the sea. Kamsa backs away from the edge of his seat. He tries to retreat into the safety of his platform, into the idea that distance and rank can save him. But there are no stairs high enough for this. Krishna reaches him. You see the moment his hand closes in Kamsa's hair, rough, ordinary hair, the kind any man has, and then the tyrant is dragged down from his height into the same dust as everyone else. The fall is quick. A gasp rips through the crowd as if the city itself just swallowed a stone. And then Kamsa's reign ends, not with a grand speech, not with a proclamation, with a thud in the sand. And the strange, disbelieving quiet that follows when fear leaves a place, and nobody knows what to do with the empty space it leaves behind. You're still standing there, blinking in the heat, when the people of Mathura begin to cry, not the clean crying of grief, the messy kind, the kind that shakes shoulders and makes faces ugly. Some fall at Krishna's feet, some just stare, hands over their mouths, as if they're afraid to inhale too deeply and wake up from this. Devaki and Vasudeva are brought out from the prison. Chains clink. The smell of damp stone clings to them, even in the sun. They look at Krishna the way people look at a miracle they're not sure they're allowed to touch. They reach for him, and he lets them. It's tender, it's strange, it's late. And for a moment, you can almost imagine a simple ending, a freed city, a family reunited, a boy who could go back to stealing butter and pretending the universe is small enough to fit inside a pot. But the world doesn't work that way. Because the moment one tyrant falls, another hears the sound and turns his head. Far away, in Magadha, a king named Jarasandha feels the insult like a thorn under his skin. Kamsa was tied to him, and Jarasandha does not forgive, does not forget, does not loosen his grip on pride. The first attack comes like a summer storm, at dawn when the light is still soft and the city is yawning awake. A watchman sees dust on the horizon, too much dust for traders, too thick for pilgrims. Then the horns, deep, brassy, hungry, they roll over the fields and slam into the walls of Mathura. Jarasandha's army arrives like a moving city of its own. Elephants, chariots, banners snapping, horses tossing their heads as if they can smell fear. You stand on the ramparts and taste grit in the air. The sun climbs. The stone beneath your hand is already hot. And below, the ground begins to churn. Krishna goes out to meet them, not alone. Warriors gather, the Yadavas with their fierce loyalty and their quick tempers, Balarama at Krishna's side, like a pillar walking. But it's Krishna the enemy wants. The clash is loud, but not in the festive way of the arena. This is a different sound. This is the sound of wood splintering and metal ringing, and thousands of feet trying to find firm ground in churned dust. It's the sound of fathers thinking of their children behind walls. The first invasion is driven back. The city survives. People breathe again. And then it happens again. And again. 17 times. It becomes a rhythm that steals the seasons. Jarasandha comes with fresh forces, with new formations, with the stubbornness of a man who would rather empty his kingdom than accept a single defeat. Mathura keeps answering, keeps fighting, keeps patching its wounds like a man stitching his own torn cloak while still wearing it. You feel the exhaustion settle into the streets. The markets open, but quieter. The jokes are fewer. The songs at night don't last as long. Even victory starts to taste like ash, because everyone knows the dust on the horizon will return. And you begin to understand something that doesn't feel heroic at first. Sometimes, the brave thing is not to stand in the same place until you're ground down. Sometimes, the brave thing is to move. Krishna sees it before anyone else dares to say it. Mathura is a prize Jarasandha will keep coming for, and the people of Mathura are not stones to be stacked in a wall. One night, the decision is made. It's quiet, almost ordinary. No grand announcement in the square, no drums, just the soft urgency of preparation. Bundles tied, carts creaking, doors closing gently. Mothers press sleeping children against their chests and whisper for them to stay asleep a little longer. You walk with them. You smell the smoke of cooking fires being put out early. You smell the Yamuna, dark and patient, sliding past the Ghats as if it has seen this kind of leaving before. The Yadavas move like a river of people. Cattle low softly, confused. Wheels bump over stones. A baby begins to cry, then quiets when a hand rocks the bundle with practiced love. And Krishna moves through all of it like a steady current inside the larger current. A hand on an old man's shoulder, a glance that calms a frightened guard, a quick lift of a cartwheel stuck in mud, as if it weighs nothing at all. You can feel it. This isn't a retreat made of shame. This is a retreat made of protection. Dawn finds you on the road, heading west. The land changes as you travel. The air gets saltier. The wind grows sharper, teasing sweat from your skin and drying it before it can cool you. By the time the sea appears, it feels like another world. You stand on a rocky shore and hear waves slam and pull back, slam and pull back. The water is dark blue, flecked with white foam. The horizon is wide and empty, and the Yadavas look at it like people staring at a locked door with no handle. A city can't be built here, not on water, not on shifting sand and salt spray. But Krishna steps forward anyway. He closes his eyes for a moment, and the wind tugs at his hair. The waves hiss. The gulls wheel overhead, calling like sharp laughter. Then the sea changes. Not in a dramatic crash, but in a slow, obedient movement, like a curtain being drawn aside. The water pulls back, revealing something beneath it, something that makes the people gasp. Land, dry ground rising from the sea's mouth. You taste salt on your lips and blink hard because your eyes don't quite believe what they're seeing. The sea keeps retreating, and the exposed earth gleams wet and dark under the newborn light. And then the building begins, not with hammering and shouting and years of scaffolding. It rises like a dream that decided to become solid. Walls lift themselves from stone. Pillars stand up straight, tall and pale, as if they've been waiting under the sea for someone to call them by name. You see wide streets appear, clean and planned, as though some divine architect is drawing lines on the earth with invisible chalk. You see gateways form, carved and strong, their arches catching the sun. Somewhere, someone laughs in disbelief, because it's one thing to survive 17 invasions. It's another thing entirely to watch a city arrive overnight like a guest who doesn't bother knocking. By midday, the first houses are ready. By evening, there are courtyards and wells and temples with steps that feel cool under your feet. You smell fresh cut stone and wet earth drying. You smell incense as the first lamps are lit, their flames trembling in the sea wind. The city is named Dwaraka, a doorway, a threshold, and it feels exactly like that, like stepping through one life into another. You walk its streets as the sun sets. The sky turns molten orange over the water, and the new buildings catch the light until they look gilded. The sea keeps breathing at the edges, waves curling and breaking, like the city is being sung to sleep. Children run, already making games out of the wide avenues. A cow wanders into a courtyard and promptly decides it owns the place. An old woman scolds it with the confidence of someone who has lived through too much to be intimidated by livestock. For the first time in a long time, the Yadavas exhale. Walls matter, not because they make you invincible, because they let you sleep, and in Dwaraka, sleep returns. Krishna becomes a king here, not the distant kind of king who disappears behind curtains, not the kind who needs fear to feel tall. You see him in the morning, barefoot in a courtyard, listening to someone's worry as if it's the only thing in the world. You see him later in the day in the assembly hall, seated among warriors and elders, calm as a flame that doesn't flicker even when wind howls outside. You smell sandalwood on the polished pillars. You hear the soft rush of the sea through open windows, always there, always reminding you that this city is held in place by something more than stone. And then there is Rukmini. News of her comes like perfume carried on a breeze, soft, sweet, impossible to ignore. A princess in Vidarbha, promised against her heart to another man. A girl who hears Krishna's name and decides that hearing is not enough. A message reaches Dwaraka, hidden and urgent. You can feel the shift in the city when Krishna reads it. It isn't only romance. It's a call. Krishna goes, swift as thought. The journey is a blur of dust and sun and the steady clatter of chariot wheels. You feel the heat of the road, the way it bakes your shoulders, the way sweat darkens cloth. At the edge of the temple grounds, where Rukmini is meant to be displayed like a prize, Krishna appears. There is confusion, guards shouting, horses rearing, people scattering like startled birds. And then Rukmini is lifted into safety, not like stolen wealth, but like someone finally being brought home. The chase follows, of course. Pride doesn't let go quietly. But Krishna's chariot moves like it knows the road before it's traveled. Balarama's presence is a warning in itself, like a mountain rolling forward with patient inevitability. By the time they return to Dwaraka, the sea wind is waiting. The city celebrates. Garlands everywhere, drums, lamps by the thousands, their flames multiplying like stars come down to earth. You stand in the crowd and smell jasmine crushed underfoot, sweet and sharp. You hear laughter that isn't nervous now. It's full. Krishna becomes a husband, and not only once, because trouble keeps arriving on the doorstep of Dwaraka, and Krishna keeps answering it. Women stolen by kings who think desire is a right. Women trapped in palaces like birds in gilded cages. One by one, Krishna brings them out of captivity and into safety. You see them arrive in Dwaraka with eyes that don't quite trust the sky yet. You see them flinch at sudden sounds. You see them hold their own hands as if afraid their fingers might disappear. Krishna does something unexpected. He doesn't leave them with pity as their only blanket. He doesn't send them away to live as reminders of what happened to them. He offers them a place that cannot be taken. He marries them, 16,000 and more, and the city whispers about it at first, because people always whisper when something is too big for their understanding. But then you begin to notice something else. You walk down one street and see Krishna sitting in a courtyard with one woman, listening to her like she's the whole world. You turn down another street and see him again, laughing with a child, tying a thread around a wrist. You glance into an open doorway, and there he is once more, quiet, lighting a lamp with steady hands. It's like the sea itself, one body, everywhere at once. You feel it in your chest, a strange comfort. No one is left waiting outside a closed door. No one is told they matter less. In Dwaraka, Krishna is not an idea, he is present. And while this new life settles, another thread of fate tightens elsewhere. Far to the north, in the old kingdom, the sons of Pandu are growing into their own storms. They are carving a place for themselves out of forest and hardship. They are building, always building, because they were given wilderness and told to call it a kingdom. One day, a visitor comes to Dwaraka. Arjuna arrives like a man pretending he is not nervous. He is a famous warrior already, yes. But fame doesn't stop a heart from hammering when you step into a city that rose from the sea. You see him at the gates, dust on his hair, travel-worn cloth on his body, Gandiva's curve unmistakable even under a simple wrap. His eyes move quickly, taking in walls, towers, guards, calculating out of habit. And then Krishna appears. No fanfare, no attempt to impress, just Krishna walking out as if greeting a friend he has known for years. The moment their eyes meet, something settles. You can feel it standing nearby. Arjuna's shoulders loosen by a fraction. Krishna's smile tilts into something warmer, quieter, like recognition. They sit together later, away from noise, near a courtyard where you can hear the sea breathing. Someone brings water in earthen cups that sweat coolness onto your fingers. A lamp burns nearby, ghee sweet in the air. They talk for a long time. Not in the sharp, sparring way warriors sometimes talk, more like two people laying down heavy things they've been carrying and finally stretching their backs. Arjuna speaks of exile and vows and the complicated rules that bind his life like ropes. Krishna listens, amused in places, serious in others. At one point, Arjuna tries to look composed while being thoroughly overwhelmed by Dwaraka's beauty. A peacock struts past them like it owns the palace, and Arjuna's eyes follow it with the faint irritation of a man who suspects the bird is mocking him. Krishna notices, and you can almost hear the laughter he holds back, because a peacock will always be a peacock, even in a city built by miracles. Days pass, and then the road calls again, because Arjuna is not a man who can sit still for long, and Krishna is a king, yes, but he is also a tide. He moves where he is needed. Arjuna returns north. Krishna's presence follows him, not by chariot this time, but by friendship, by that invisible tether that makes two lives lean toward each other, even from far away. Later, when the Pandavas settle into their new realm, when Kandava Prastha begins to change under their hands, a strange visitor appears on the banks of the Yamuna. Agni comes, hungry and disguised, asking for help. The Kandava forest stands thick and wild, full of life and shadow. It stretches in every direction, leaves shimmering in heat, the air heavy with the smell of green things and river damp. Agni wants it. He wants to consume it, to feed until his strength returns. But Indra guards that forest with storms and rain, because the forest holds creatures he favors, and Indra does not like to be told no. So Arjuna and Krishna stand together at the edge of the trees. You're there with them. feeling the humidity cling to your skin, hearing insects whine in the undergrowth. The forest breathes, alive, unaware of what's coming. Agni's fire begins to move. At first it's just a glow between trunks. Then it becomes a wall of light. Crackling, advancing, Indra answers with rain. The sky darkens, wind whips, drops strike your face, cool and sharp, and for a moment it feels like the forest might be saved. But Arjuna raises his longbow. Krishna stands beside him, steady as always. The rain is met, held back, pushed aside by skill and will that make even the storm pause. The fire spreads. It eats undergrowth, leaps to branches, climbs like a living thing hungry for the sky. You smell smoke thickening the air, not choking, but heavy, like the whole world is turning into a single incense stick burning down to its end. You hear the roar of flame and the low, constant hiss where it meets wet leaves. And through it all, Krishna is calm, not cold. Calm like someone who can hold the weight of what must happen without letting it crush him. When it ends, the forest is changed. The land is bare where it once was dense, the air still shimmering with heat, ash drifting down like grey pollen. Out of that burning, a single figure runs, Maya, an architect of uncanny skill, saved from the flames by Arjuna's mercy and Krishna's quiet consent. His breath comes fast, his eyes wide, but gratitude is already building in him like a blueprint. In time, that gratitude becomes stone and crystal and illusion, because Maya builds the Pandavas a palace, an assembly hall so strange and brilliant it makes you doubt your own eyes. Floors that look like water and aren't. Pools that look like solid ground until your foot finds the truth. Walls embedded with gems that catch lamplight and scatter it into colors that don't feel entirely earthly. When you walk through it, you feel coolness under your bare feet one moment and warmth the next. You hear your own steps echo in a way that makes you glance back, half expecting someone to be following. Indraprastha rises from wilderness into splendor, and Krishna is there at the edges of it, woven into it like thread in cloth, not as a conqueror arriving to take credit, as a friend who shows up, who helps, who laughs at the right moments, who grows quiet when quiet is needed. You see him walk with the Pandavas through their new halls. Bhima grins like a man who enjoys anything that looks expensive and slightly impractical. Yudhishthira's gaze lingers on every detail, already thinking of duty and order. Arjuna keeps glancing at Krishna as if to confirm he's really there, that this connection is real. The city smells of fresh plaster and incense. Outside you can still smell the rawness of the land being shaped. Cut wood turns soil, the faint tang of smoke that never fully leaves new beginnings. Night falls. Krishna prepares to return to Dwaraka, because a king cannot vanish forever, even if he would like to sit a little longer with friends by a lamp. You stand in Indraprastha as he goes. The stars are bright above the new rooftops. Somewhere a dog barks, then quiets. A breeze moves through the courtyard, carrying the scent of the river. Krishna looks back once, not dramatically, just enough, as if he's memorizing the shape of this place, the faces of these brothers, the way their lives are beginning to knot together with his. Then he leaves, the sound of chariot wheels fading into the night, and you remain in the new city, listening to the quiet, the kind of quiet that comes after building, the kind that feels earned. Somewhere far off, the sea wind still moves through Dwaraka's streets. Somewhere closer, lamps burn in Indraprastha's halls. turning crystal to fire. And in the space between those two cities, between sea and river, fate keeps walking, barefoot, patient, already heading toward the next doorway. Seasons roll over Indraprastha like slow waves. One monsoon comes hard, drumming the new roofs until the city smells of wet stone and fresh clay. Then winter arrives with clear mornings, the kind that make even a king feel briefly clean inside. Then spring, mango blossoms, dust, laughter in courtyards. And in the middle of all that ordinary time, something sharp grows in Hastinapura. It starts with a visit. Duryodhana comes to see his cousin's shining city, and you can feel the heat of his attention before he even speaks. He walks through Maya's hall with his chin lifted, pretending none of it impresses him, which is difficult because the place glitters like someone spilled starlight and then polished it. The air inside is cool. It smells faintly of sandalwood and clean water. Your footsteps land on floors so smooth they feel like ice warmed by sun. And then it happens. He steps where he thinks there's stone and it's water. A sudden splash, a royal prince, fully dressed, dripping in the middle of a palace that is very politely not laughing at him. For a heartbeat, the whole hall freezes, the way a crowd freezes when a man slips in public. And then the sound breaks loose, snorts, gasps, the rustle of silk as people cover smiles with their sleeves. You're standing close enough to hear the wet slap of his clothing, close enough to see his eyes flick toward Draupadi. Draupadi's laughter isn't cruel. It's bright, surprised, like anyone's would be when a man walks into a pond with the confidence of a marching elephant. But pride doesn't hear laughter the way other people do. Pride hears a drum. Duryodhana leaves Indraprastha carrying a dripping hem and a memory that burns hotter than the sun on the road to Hastinapura. And the road, that long ribbon of dust and heat, seems to pull him toward something waiting, toward dice, toward his uncle Shakuni's patient hands. You can almost smell it already, even before the invitation comes. Oil lamps, sweat under armor, that faint metallic tang of coins being counted. In Hastinapura, they build a new hall for the game. Not Maya's hall, not a dream palace. This one is plain enough to look honest, which is exactly the danger. They polish the floor until it shines. They set cushions and low seats. They hang garlands that are too cheerful for what's about to happen. And then the summons goes out. A friendly game, a cousinly gathering, a chance to smooth old rivalries with the gentle clatter of dice. You're with the Pandavas when the message arrives. You can feel the shift in the room, like wind changing direction. Bhima's jaw tightens before anyone even finishes reading. Arjuna's hand moves, almost without thinking, toward where his longbow would be, if a longbow belonged in a diplomatic moment. Yudhishthira sits very still. Duty sits with him, always. Duty that says a kshatriya does not refuse a challenge. Duty that whispers, rules, even when the rules are being sharpened into knives. Draupadi looks from face to face. She doesn't have to say anything. Her eyes already say it. Don't go. But the dice have their own gravity. They pull. So the brothers travel to Hastinapura. The journey is hot, and the dust clings to the hems of their clothes. Chariot wheels grind over stone. Horses snort, foam at the mouth, and flick their tails at flies that don't understand royal schedules. You ride with them in that heavy silence. You taste the grit that gets between your teeth, and in your stomach, the strange feeling of walking into a room where everyone has already decided what you will lose. When they enter the hall, the air is thick with incense and old authority. The elders sit in their places, Bhishma like a mountain, Drona like a blade in a sheath. Dhritarashtra sits above them all, blind eyes turned toward the sound of voices. Karna is there, bright as a cut jewel. Shakuni sits like a man, attending a festival. Duryodhana looks almost relaxed. That's the first real warning. They greet, they sit, the dice appear, they're small, just bits of carved bone and polished luck. And yet, when they hit the floor the first time, the sound feels louder than it should. A dry click, then another. Then the soft murmur of men pretending this is sport. You're sitting close enough to see Shakuni's fingers. They don't tremble, they don't hesitate. They move like a musician's hands, like he's playing an instrument he's loved his whole life. Yudhishthira begins carefully. He stakes jewels, gold, wealth that could feed 1,000 villages. The dice answer with loss. He stakes more. The dice answer the same way. The hall warms as bodies lean forward. Oil lamps flicker. Somewhere, a conch shell sounds in the distance. Life outside this room, unaware. Yudhishthira's face stays composed. But his eyes get that fixed look, the look of a man watching a boat drift from shore, while still insisting he can swim. One throw, loss. Another, loss. The sound repeats until it becomes a rhythm. Click, murmur, click, breath held, click, and you can feel it. The moment the game stops being about wealth, he stakes the kingdom, Indraprastha, the city you've walked, the courtyards where jasmine climbed walls, the new roofs that smelled of rain. He places it on the floor as if it's a coin. Shakuni throws. The dice tumble, white and indifferent. They settle. And the hall exhales, lost. Something inside the room changes then. Not loud, not dramatic. It's the way men's eyes begin to look at other men, like property. Yudhishthira's brothers sit there, still royal, still armed in spirit, if not in hand. But the air around them tightens, as if invisible cords are being pulled. Then Yudhishthira stakes his brothers. First one, then another. You feel each loss like a door locking. Nakula, Sahadeva, Arjuna, Bhima. Each time the dice land, it's like a hand closing around a throat. Quiet, firm, undeniable. And then, because a man can lose his world and still think he has control, Yudhishthira stakes himself. A king wagering his own freedom. A man placing his own name on the floor. The dice fall, lost. Now the hall is not a gathering. It is a market. Yudhishthira sits there, owned by the rules he obeyed. Bhima's breathing grows heavier. Arjuna's eyes flick to the elders, searching for a line that will be drawn. But the elders remain still. Their silence is a kind of furniture in that room. Old, carved, heavy. And then the last stake is named, Draupadi. You feel the air leave your chest, because even if you've been watching the fall, you still want to believe it stops before this. But it doesn't. Yudhishthira, already lost, reaches for one more throw, as if the dice will suddenly remember mercy. Shakuni throws. The dice settle like small pale teeth. Lost. A murmur ripples through the hall. Not outrage, not horror, excitement. Duryodhana's mouth curls. He orders Draupadi brought in. And now you are Draupadi, not as an idea, not as a symbol, as a woman sitting in your chamber, hair partly loosened, a single cloth around you. Your body is in its season, so you've been kept private. The lamp beside you smells of ghee. Outside you can hear distant voices from the hall, Men laughing, feet shifting. A servant rushes in, breathless, eyes wide, and everything in her face tells you the world is tilted. You demand to know what happened. You already know. Your heart knows before your mind lets it. They say you've been staked. They say you've been lost. They say you're being summoned like a thing. You refuse. You tell them to go back and ask the question that matters. If Yudhishthira lost himself first, how could he stake you afterward? Your voice doesn't shake. Not yet. They carry the question to the hall, and for a moment, there is hope. Because logic enters that room like a flame. Even gamblers must blink when law arrives. The hall quiets, heads tilt. Bhishma shifts slightly as if he can feel the weight of the question on his old bones. But silence answers, not because they don't understand, because they do. The question hangs there, clean and sharp, and no one wants to touch it. No one wants to be the man who pulls the thread and unravels the cord. You can hear your own breath in the pause. You can smell the incense turning bitter. Then Duryodhana sends Dushasana. You hear him coming before you see him. His footsteps are heavy, impatient. He barges into your chamber like he owns the air. He seizes your hair. It hurts, not enough to break you, enough to humiliate you. You stumble, trying to keep your cloth held, trying to keep your feet. The floor is cool beneath you, and you hate it for being so calm. They drag you through corridors where servants press themselves against walls, eyes lowered. Some look away. Some stare as if they've never seen a woman before. The smell changes as you near the hall. Sweat, perfume, hot oil from lamps, and beneath it, that unmistakable scent of men enjoying power. Dushasana pulls you in. The assembly hall is bright, too bright. You blink against the light and see faces, so many faces. Kings who have eaten at your husband's table, elders who blessed your marriage, men who called you daughter, all watching, some with shame, some with curiosity, some with a hunger they'll never admit out loud. And there, sitting high, Dhritarashtra, blind, but still the center of this room. Still the man who can stop it with one word that does not come. You stand on the cold floor, hair in a man's fist, and you ask again, did Yudhishthira have the right? The hall trembles with the question. And then, finally, a voice rises. Vikarna, young, still unbroken enough to speak plainly. He objects. He lays out what everyone knows, that you were not won rightly, that the game is rotten, that a lost man cannot stake what he no longer owns. For a breath, the hall feels different, as if someone opened a window, as if air might finally enter. You almost want to laugh from relief. Then Karna speaks. His voice cuts. It doesn't shout. It doesn't need to. He mocks Vikarna. He turns his sharpness toward you. He calls you names meant to strip dignity like cloth. And the hall, which could have followed the young prince's courage, instead follows Karna's certainty. Because certainty is easier than righteousness. Duryodhana sits back, enjoying it. He signals. Dushasana's hand moves from your hair to your cloth. Time slows, not magically, naturally. Your mind tries to leave your body. Your body refuses to be abandoned. You feel the tug, the cloth tight in his grip, the eyes of the hall pressing into your skin. The lamps flicker, and the shadows on the walls look like they're turning away. You reach for anyone. Bhishma's face remains carved. Drona's eyes drop. Fedora looks like a man swallowing poison, but he is one voice against a flood. And so you reach farther than the hall. You reach across distance, across cities, across sea wind and salt, and the noise of Dwaraka's streets, you call for Krishna, not as a philosopher, not as a king, as the one person who has always arrived when the world turned cruel. Your voice comes out ragged at first, then steady, because desperation, when it becomes pure, can turn into strength. And somewhere far away, at that exact moment, something shifts. You're in Dwaraka now. The sea is loud tonight. Waves slap the stone steps. The air tastes of salt, and lanterns swing in the wind, throwing gold light across wet streets. Krishna is in his palace, surrounded by the ordinary noise of a city that believes itself safe. Servants move quietly. A conch shell sounds from a distant temple. Somewhere a child laughs, then is hushed. Krishna pauses. His hand stills. His eyes lift, not toward a person, but toward a feeling. It hits him like a hand on the heart. Draupadi, not her name, her need. For a moment you can see it on his face, the small tightening around his eyes, the way joy drains and something older takes its place. Not anger like Bhima's, not panic like a human man. A sorrow that understands what people do when they decide to fall. He doesn't call for a chariot. He doesn't gather an army. There's no time for that. He simply turns his attention fully. And when Krishna's attention becomes complete, distance becomes thin. Back in Hastinapura, Dushasana pulls, the cloth slides, you squeeze your eyes shut, and then more cloth. Not a trick, not hidden folds, just more. He pulls again. The cloth keeps coming, soft against your skin, cool as river water. A new layer appears as the old is taken. The pile grows, silk pooling on the floor like a colorful river. The hall goes quiet in a different way now. You can hear the dice in your memory. You can hear men swallowing. You can hear the faint creak of an old beam overhead. Dushasana's breathing turns harsh. His arms strain. He tugs with the stubbornness of a man who cannot accept he's losing to something invisible. But the cloth does not end. It doesn't snap. It doesn't tear. It doesn't run out. The miracle is not bright and flashy. It's patient. It's relentless. It's almost gentle, like someone standing between you and a storm with an umbrella that simply refuses to break. Dushasana staggers. His hands cramp. His face reddens. He pulls until he looks less like a powerful prince and more like a man trying to empty the ocean with a cup. Finally, his arms give out. He collapses, panting, surrounded by cloth that has humbled him more than any weapon could. You stand there, still covered, still breathing. The hall, for a moment, is stunned into something like shame. But shame is brief in a room that has already agreed to cruelty. Duryodhana sneers, and the spell of silence breaks. Men begin to talk over one another. Some praise the miracle. Some pretend they always knew it would happen. Some look furious because even the gods have made them look ridiculous. And you, Draupadi, are still standing on that cold floor because the miracle protected your body. But it did not protect your heart from being dragged through a room full of watching faces. That is the part that stays. Bhima rises like a storm. He makes vows that sound like they were forged in the earth's molten core. He promises Dushasana will pay. He promises Duryodhana's pride will be shattered where it began. Arjuna's eyes burn. Even Yudhishthira, who is trapped inside his own obedience, looks as if he wants to claw his way out of himself. The elders sit in silence, and their silence feels heavier now, because the gods have intervened, and still the men did nothing. Not until the miracle forced their hands into stillness. Dhritarashtra, shaken maybe by omens, maybe by fear of what this will bring, offers you boons. You ask for your husband's freedom. You ask for their weapons. You pull them back from slavery with the power of a single request. For a breath, it seems, the night might end there. But Duryodhana cannot bear that ending. He demands another game. This time, the stakes are not cloth or gold. They are years. 12 years in the forest, 1 year hidden, unrecognized. If discovered, the count begins again. You watch Yudhishthira's face as the challenge lands. He could refuse. He could, and yet the old rule sits on his shoulder, whispering of honor, of being seen as weak, of not being a proper kshatriya. The dice clatter again. The sound is softer this time, because everyone already knows the answer. Even the lamps seem tired of watching, lost, just like that. A kingdom becomes a memory, a palace becomes a dream behind closed gates. A queen becomes a woman, walking into the forest with dust on her feet. The Pandavas leave Hastinapura. You walk with them. The road out of the city is lined with people pretending not to look. Some weep quietly. Some bow. Some stare as if watching a funeral procession. The sun is harsh. It turns the dust into a pale haze. It sticks to skin, to eyelashes, to the corners of the mouth. Draupadi does not bind her hair. She could, a simple thing, a braid, a knot, a ribbon, but she leaves it loose, dark against her back. A promise without words. The forest receives them with a different scent. No incense here, no polished stone, no perfumed oil, just sap, damp earth, smoke from small fires, and the thick green smell of leaves crushed underfoot. The first nights are the hardest. You sleep on the ground and feel every root, every stone. Insects hum like tiny drums. Somewhere in the darkness, animals call to one another in voices older than kings. The brothers adjust in their own ways. Bhima is like a caged tiger forced to lie down. Even when he sits, you feel his anger pacing inside him. Arjuna becomes quiet, the way a longbow becomes quiet when it's being strung. He watches trees, listens to wind, practices in the spaces between meals. Nakula and Sahadeva keep the small order of life going. Fires, water, care for horses when there are horses. The daily things that keep despair from swallowing everything whole. And Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira carries his choices like stones in his robe. He speaks softly. He tries to make peace with what has happened. He tries to believe this exile is a payment made, a debt cleared. But at night, you can hear him breathing. The kind of breathing that says, sleep is not coming easily. Draupadi walks through the forest like a flame wrapped in cloth. Sometimes she says nothing for days. Sometimes words spill out of her in a rush, fierce and bright, naming every face in that hall, naming every silence. And when she speaks of Krishna, her voice changes, not accusing, not praising, just aching. Because he came. He did. The cloth did not end. Her honor did not break. And still, the hands grabbed her hair. Still, the hall laughed. Still, the elders sat like stones. That question sits beside the fire with you, night after night. Where was he before it reached her skin? It doesn't come as a philosophical puzzle. It comes as a human ache. The same ache anyone has when they remember a moment they wished had been stopped at the doorway. In the forest, time stretches. Days become strings of small tasks. Gather wood, fetch water, cook what can be cooked, walk another mile. The heat shimmers over rocks in the afternoon. The shade under trees is sweet and cool, smelling of old leaves and hidden flowers. During monsoon, the world turns to mud. Rain rattles leaves like 1,000 tiny cymbals. Clothes stick to skin, fires smoke and refuse to catch. In winter, the nights bite. You pull cloth around your shoulders and still feel the cold creep in, patient and determined. And through all of it, Draupadi's hair remains unbound. It becomes part of her, like her eyes, a visible vow. 13 years is a long time to carry a memory, but memory is strong in the forest, where there's nothing to distract you except sky and fire. Sometimes visitors arrive, sages moving like walking sticks and calm, kings in exile of their own, old allies offering news. Each arrival brings the scent of outside worlds, perfume, horse sweat, city spices. And one day, the scent that arrives is sea wind. Krishna comes, not with trumpets, not with an army. He comes the way he always comes, like the world has been holding its breath until he steps into the clearing. You see him before anyone announces him, because the air shifts, because even birds seem to quiet for half a beat, then continue singing as if reassured. His skin is dusted from travel. His hair is tied back. He looks, at first glance, like a man who has ridden too long under sun. Then you notice his eyes. They carry Dwaraka's horizon, wide, deep, endless. They carry the kind of stillness that does not need to prove itself. The brothers rise. Even Bhima's anger pauses, because anger too recognizes presence. Draupadi does not rush forward. She stands near the fire, hair loose, face unreadable. The fire smells of wood resin and smoke. A pot of simple food simmers barely enough. The night air cools the sweat on your skin. Krishna moves toward them and sits, just sits. He lets the forest noises fill the space, crickets, the crackle of flames, the low murmur of wind through branches. He looks at Draupadi, not as a queen, not as a cause, as a person. Draupadi's words come, sharp and hot. She tells him what it felt like, the cold floor, the hands in her hair, the laughter, the silence of men who should have stood up. She does not need to describe the cloth. That part is already known between them. Krishna listens. He doesn't try to smooth it. He doesn't wave it away with comfort. He lets her anger exist in the open, like a blade laid on a cloth. Dangerous, real, honest. You sit close enough to feel the warmth of the fire and the weight of the moment. Your palms smell faintly of smoke. Ash floats up, tiny and bright, then disappears. When Draupadi's voice finally breaks, not into tears, but into tiredness, Krishna remains there. No grand promise, no immediate rescue, no sudden erasing of what happened. Just the simple, stubborn fact of him being present. He turns his gaze to Yudhishthira, then to Bhima, then to Arjuna. It's like watching a lamp move across faces in a dark room. He speaks quietly, and his words are not a lecture. They're practical, grounded, almost ordinary in tone. He reminds them that the forest is not the end, that time moves, that vows once made will one day demand fulfillment, that patience is not surrender. And then, softer, like a hand on a shoulder, he tells them he will not abandon them, not in exile, not in court, not when the world finally becomes a battlefield. The night deepens. Someone adds wood to the fire. Sparks rise in a brief spray like fireflies made of flame. The brothers lie down to sleep in their simple shelters. Bhima turns his face away from everyone as if guarding his rage like a treasure. Arjuna stares up at the stars, eyes open, the way men do when they are already counting future days. Draupadi sits a little longer. Her hair spills around her shoulders, catching the firelight. Her face is calm now, but it's the calm of a river that has decided where it will cut through stone. Krishna sits beside her, not touching, not preaching, not pushing her anger into a tidy shape. He simply stays, and in the forest, with smoke in your nose and night insects singing their endless song, you feel it. The slow turning of years, the tightening of promises, the quiet beginning of a war that hasn't yet marched out of anyone's mouth. The fire burns down to coals. Above the trees, the stars keep their distance, cold and constant. And beside the fading heat, Krishna's presence remains, steady as breath, while the unbound hair of a queen lies like a dark oath against the night. The days don't explode into war all at once. They thicken, like air before a storm. Letters arrive with broken wax seals. Messengers come in with dust on their lashes and sweat darkening their collars. In the Pandavas' camp, you hear the low mutter of men counting allies the way shopkeepers count coins. And somewhere far off, a conch is tested, just one long note, then silence again. Not yet, but it's close enough that you can taste it. By morning, the forest camp is already folding itself away. Cloth bundles, ropes, the scrape of cooking pots being packed. The last of the embers stirred into ash with a stick. Even the birds seem to keep a little distance, as if they don't want to be caught in whatever humans are preparing. You smell yesterday's smoke in your hair and the sharp scent of neem leaves crushed underfoot. Krishna moves through it all like someone walking through rain, unhurried, unarmed. And when the brothers look at him, when Yudhishthira's eyes search his face for a sign, when Arjuna's jaw tightens as if he's holding a vow between his teeth, Krishna doesn't give them thunder. He gives them a plan, a simple one. He will go to Hastinapura, alone, as a messenger, as if words still matter. You feel the reaction ripple through the camp because everyone understands what alone means. No chariot guard, no longbow, no shining army behind him like a shadow. Just Krishna walking into a court packed with men who have already shown you what they do when a woman asks a legal question. The wind is warm, but it raises gooseflesh anyway. Somewhere a horse snorts, stamping, impatient with human decisions. Krishna's face stays almost gentle, like he's about to visit an old relative who refuses to admit he's sick. And in that softness, you hear something harder, an insistence. They will try peace first, even now. The road to Hastinapura is long enough for your thoughts to wander, and dusty enough to make your tongue feel like cloth. Caravans creak past. Oxen breathe in slow, resigned heaves. Pilgrims step aside and stare, because even when Krishna travels quietly, the world seems to notice. You smell crushed marigold from someone's garland and the oily sweetness of roadside fritters frying over a small fire. A boy offers one, then forgets he's holding it, staring at Krishna with the wide-eyed focus of someone trying to remember a dream. Krishna doesn't perform. He doesn't announce himself. He just keeps going, the way the Yamuna keeps going, wide, patient, impossible to hurry. When Hastinapura finally rises ahead of you, it doesn't look like a place that's about to set the world on fire. It looks wealthy, orderly, comfortable in its own importance. The city gates are broad, iron-studded, with guards holding spears more out of habit than alertness. Inside, stone streets hold the day's heat and give it back up through your feet. There's ghee in the air from temple lamps, incense from household shrines, the faint metallic scent of weapons oiled in armories, and over it all, the sound of a court that never truly sleeps, bells, footsteps, the murmuring of petitions, the clink of bracelets, the soft slap of sandals on polished floors. You walk behind Krishna and you feel it. This is not just a city, it's a throat, and you're walking toward its teeth. The palace guards announce him, not with a shout, with a sudden straightening of spines, a quick exchange of glances, a runner disappearing down a corridor like a startled lizard. Inside, the assembly hall waits, cooler than the streets, shadowed, smelling of sandalwood and old cloth and power. Pillars rise like tree trunks, carved with figures that look serene, until you realize their eyes follow you. The floor is smooth, almost cold, and it makes your skin remember Draupadi being dragged across stone. You're standing there when the court begins to settle. Silk rustles like dry leaves. Jewelry clicks. Men clear their throats, readying themselves to sound wise. At the far end, Dhritarashtra sits on his high seat, blind eyes turned toward nothing and everything, and near him, Duryodhana sits like a wound that refuses to close. Krishna approaches with the ease of someone entering a friend's home. He doesn't bow low, he doesn't swagger. He offers respect the way a steady flame offers light, without effort, without apology. Dhritarashtra's face shifts toward him, hungry with hope, because hope is what the blind king always reaches for. Not the kind that changes anything, the kind that delays consequences. You can almost see him thinking, if Krishna speaks, perhaps the world will soften, perhaps this will all go away, perhaps. Duryodhana's mouth tightens, and you can feel his refusal before he even gives it words. It sits on him like armor, comfortable. Krishna begins, and his voice doesn't fill the hole by volume. It fills it by certainty. He lays it out plainly, what was taken, what was endured, what was requested. He reminds them of the years in the forest, the year in hiding, the humiliation that still stains the air no matter how many incense sticks you burn. He offers peace in smaller and smaller measures, like someone cutting a sweet fruit into pieces, so even a stubborn child will take at least one bite. 5 villages, not a kingdom, not revenge. 5 small places where 5 brothers could breathe without begging. You feel the room tighten because that offer lands like a slap. It's too reasonable. It makes refusal look like madness, and Duryodhana has never minded looking mad. Around the hall, elders sit with their faces carefully arranged. Bhishma, old as an oath. Drona, the teacher who trained boys into weapons, and now watches those weapons turn toward each other. Vidura, whose wisdom always seems to arrive early and leave unheard. Karna, shoulders squared, eyes sharp, loyal in the way a storm is loyal to the sea. You can almost hear everyone measuring the moment. If Duryodhana says yes, the world shifts. If he says no, the world breaks. And he says no, not gently, not with regret, with a clean, hard refusal that makes the air feel thinner. He won't give even the smallest portion. Not even, as Krishna offers and offers again, enough land to keep 5 men alive with dignity. Duryodhana's face holds that sneer you've seen before, the one that says he would rather watch the earth crack than step back an inch. He says it with the careless confidence of someone who has never been stopped. And for a heartbeat, the hall is so quiet you can hear a bracelet slip down someone's wrist. Dhritarashtra shifts on his seat. You feel him reaching for words that could soothe this, like hands patting a bed for a lost pillow. He laments, he worries, he asks everyone to consider the future. But even that sounds like a man trying to stop a cart, by whispering at its wheels. Krishna listens, patient, almost kind. And then, because he is still trying, he offers something else. He offers friendship. He offers the chance for Duryodhana to step back and still keep his pride intact. He speaks of sons and fathers and the way grief doesn't ask which side you were on. You smell the faint sourness of fear in the crowd now, a human smell that always rises when the future stops being a story and becomes a cliff. Somewhere outside, a peacock calls, bright and wrong for such a room. And still, Duryodhana refuses, as if refusal is the only prayer he knows. That should have been the end. It would have been the end in any decent court. But this is Hastinapura. Here, even the rules of hospitality can be bent until they squeal. You feel it before you see it. The shift among Duryodhana's circle, the quick looks exchanged, the small movements of hands near concealed blades. A message moves like a snake through a line of men. Capture him, bind him. Hold Krishna here, and the Pandavas will crumble like wet clay. It's a plan with the kind of confidence only fools have, because it assumes the ocean can be cupped in a bowl. You're standing in the hall when men begin to edge forward, pretending it's casual, pretending they're just adjusting their seats. But weapons have a way of announcing themselves even before they're drawn. The air changes, metal and sweat, a cough that sounds too sharp. Krishna's gaze turns, and it's so calm, it's almost unsettling, like he's watching children attempt to catch the wind with their fists. Vidura speaks out, fast, urgent, stripped of courtly softness. He warns the king. He warns the elders. He warns anyone with a working mind that this act will not end well. Dhritarashtra's head jerks as if the words struck him physically. He tries to stop it. He orders restraint. He calls his son by name, trying to summon obedience with the thin thread of paternal authority. But Duryodhana's face doesn't change. He has already chosen, and that choice pushes forward, carried by his men, carried by his certainty, carried by the simple truth that when a prince wants something, many people suddenly forget they have souls. You can feel your own breath shorten. The hall seems to lean in, and Krishna, still unarmed, still standing as if he's on a quiet riverbank, lets the moment arrive. When it happens, it isn't like a magic trick. It isn't pretty. It's terrifying. The walls don't exactly vanish. They stop mattering. The pillars stretch into distances your eyes can't measure. The ceiling becomes less a ceiling and more a suggestion. The air tastes like lightning before a storm, dry and electric. And Krishna opens, not with violence, with presence. His form swells, and the hall can't contain him any more than a clay pot can contain the sky. You see light layered over light, worlds nested in worlds, a vastness that doesn't care if you understand it. It's like the universe has torn a seam and shown you the inside. You're standing there with your heart hammering, and you realize your body is very small, and your pride is even smaller. Some men fall back, some drop their eyes, some shake so hard their jewelry rattles. Even the bravest warriors look suddenly like boys again, caught stealing. For one brief instant, you glimpse the shape of time itself, wide-mouthed, patient, hungry, not angry, not kind, simply inevitable. And then it softens. The hall becomes a hall again. Stone returns to being stone. Breath returns, shaky and uneven. But the memory stays, ringing in your bones like a struck bell. You would think that would end it. You would think Duryodhana would swallow his pride. if only out of basic survival. But pride is a strange hunger. It can eat even fear. Duryodhana stares at Krishna as if the universe itself has inconvenienced him, and you can almost feel him forcing himself not to flinch. He refuses again, not louder, not wiser, just the same hard no, pressed into the world like a seal into wax. It lands with a dull finality, and somewhere in the room you feel hope die, not with drama, but with the quiet thud of something heavy being set down. Krishna looks at him for a long moment, not pleading, not raging, simply seeing him, as if memorizing the face of a man who will not turn back, even with the cliff beneath his feet. The court breathes, and you realize you've been holding your own breath too. Your throat aches from it. Your hands feel cold. This is the moment. You can feel it, the hinge giving way. After, the king attempts politeness, as if courtesy can mop up what just spilled. A formal invitation is offered, a grand meal, the kind served on polished plates, with sweet rice and spiced meats and warm bread brushed with ghee. The kind of meal meant to say, whatever happened in the hall stays in the hall. Krishna refuses, not with insult, with a simplicity that feels almost sharper than anger. He will not eat in the house of those who have chosen injustice and called it triumph. The refusal lands like a quiet slap. Duryodhana's eyes narrow, because food in a palace is never just food. It's belonging, it's approval, it's a chain made of sweetness. Krishna won't wear it. And for a second, you almost want to laugh, not because it's funny, but because Duryodhana looks like a man who offered a net and watched a fish swim through it. He can conquer armies. He cannot handle a guest who says no to dinner. Krishna leaves the palace, not with guards around him, but with space. People step aside, the way grasses bend when an elephant passes, not crushed, just unwilling to resist. Outside, the heat hits again. Dust rises from the street. The city smells more ordinary now. Oil, dung, crushed flowers, sweat. And in that ordinary smell, the extraordinary moment in the hall feels even stranger, like you imagined it. But you didn't. Your heart still knows. Krishna walks to Vidura's home, not a palace, a modest house with shaded doorways and a courtyard swept clean. You hear a small fountain trickle somewhere, a thin, comforting sound. Inside, the air is cooler. There's no heavy perfume, no grand display of wealth, just the scent of simple food cooking, lentils, rice, a little clarified butter warming in a pan. Vidura receives Krishna with the kind of welcome that doesn't need music, a seat, water to wash the dust from hands, a cloth offered without fuss. You're close enough to see Krishna's fingers curl around an ordinary cup, and it feels like the whole world exhaling. For a little while, the war pauses. Not because it stopped, because two honest men share a meal. The food arrives plain, warm, and fragrant. Rice steaming gently, vegetables cooked with cumin and salt, a small bowl of curd, fruit that tastes of sun. Krishna eats as if he's truly hungry, as if this is truly enough. And in that scene, you feel something that the palace could never manufacture. Peace, not the kind negotiated in courts, the kind that lives in a clean floor and a shared bowl. Vidura speaks to him softly about duty, about what the court has become, about the way right counsel turns useless when pride sits on the throne. Krishna listens, and even in his listening, you can sense the shape of what he already knows. Some doors do not open, not with knocks, not with pleading, not even with the sky tearing itself open. Some doors stay shut until they burn. The lamps in Vidura's house flicker in the afternoon breeze, and the shadows move like slow water along the wall. For a moment, you almost forget Hastinapura's cold hall. Almost. Then Krishna rises, and the moment ends, the way all calm moments end, with footsteps heading back toward noise. When Krishna returns to the Kuru court for the last time, it's only to finish what a messenger must finish. He offers final words, final warnings, final chances, dressed in careful courtesy. He doesn't threaten. He doesn't bargain anymore. He speaks like someone reading the weather to a man who refuses to look at the sky. Dhritarashtra's face tightens with helplessness. He wants to be a good man. He also wants his son, and those two wants have never fit in the same hand. You can almost hear the old king trying to persuade himself that something will still soften, that someone else will fix what he will not. But Krishna is already turning away. His sandals scuff lightly on stone. A small sound, a huge decision. The court watches him go, and you feel the sick weight of inevitability settle into the room like dust. Outside, the sun is lowering, making the city's edges glow. Children run in a lane, laughing, unaware that the adults are arranging a catastrophe. A dog sleeps in a patch of shade, dreaming of nothing. And Krishna walks out of Hastinapura as calmly as he walked in. Only now the attempt has been made, and it has failed. The journey back to the Pandavas feels shorter, not because the miles are fewer, but because the air is tighter. You feel the world holding its breath. The nights on the road are warm, full of insect song. Stars hang overhead like indifferent ornaments. At a roadside fire, men speak in low voices, trying to guess what Krishna saw in the court, trying to measure what cannot be measured. Krishna doesn't feed the guessing. He sits quietly. Sometimes he looks into the flames as if watching something far behind them. Sometimes he looks up at the sky as if he can see the future written between stars. Once, someone offers him a pillow rolled too tightly, and he laughs softly, not mocking, just human, the way you laugh when kindness is awkward. Then he sleeps as easily as a child. And you lie there listening to the crackle of wood, thinking, if he can sleep, perhaps the world can still be saved. But dawn comes, and the road continues, and the camp of the Pandavas appears like a waiting wound. When Krishna arrives, the brothers gather quickly. It's not formal, it's urgent. Yudhishthira steps forward first, and you can see the hope on him, stubborn as a plant pushing through stone. Arjuna stands slightly behind, eyes locked on Krishna's face, as if he can read outcomes the way he reads wind for arrows. Bhima's arms are crossed, already braced for rage, already impatient with the idea that talk could ever tame men like Duryodhana. Nakula and Sahadeva watch quietly, the way men watch a river's current before deciding where to step. And then Draupadi is there, not at the front, but close enough that you feel her presence like heat. Her hair is still unbound, her eyes are steady. You're standing among them when Krishna tells them what happened. Not every detail, not every insult, just the truth. Duryodhana refused. The elders did not stop him. The court tried something shameful and failed. Peace has been offered until it became impossible to offer more without turning righteousness into begging. Krishna's voice stays level, but the words land hard. Yudhishthira's face falls slowly, like a flag losing wind. Not dramatic, just defeated in a place that wanted so badly to remain gentle. Arjuna's jaw sets even tighter, He looks like a man sliding a bowstring into place in his mind. Bhima exhales through his nose, short and sharp, as if his body has been waiting for permission. And Draupadi's mouth curves, just slightly. Not joy, not cruelty, relief, because uncertainty is its own torture, and now the shape of the future is finally clear. You feel a chill pass through you despite the heat. This is it. The last thread has snapped. There's no celebration of it, no chanting, no drums, just the heavy, practical beginning of preparation. Orders move through the camp. Armor is checked. Horses are fed better than usual. Chariots are repaired. Arrowheads are sharpened with a scraping sound that makes your teeth ache. The smell of oil and leather fills the air. It's the smell of a decision that cannot be undone. And then, as if the world insists on one more twist, both sides seek Krishna. Not as messenger now, as prize, as ally, as the difference between survival and ruin. Krishna receives them without ceremony, no throne, no show, just a man sitting with calm eyes while kings and princes come to bargain for him like merchants haggling over gold. You can almost feel the absurdity of it. The one who could end the war with a thought is being negotiated over by men who can't even control their own tempers. Duryodhana arrives, polished and certain. Arjuna arrives too, quieter, eyes bright with something like desperation. They both want Krishna, but Krishna offers them a choice, not with drama, with fairness. One can have Krishna's vast Narayani army, disciplined, shining, terrifying in number. The other can have Krishna himself, unarmed, no weapon, no fighting, only presence, only counsel, only the steady hands of a charioteer. You are close enough to see Duryodhana's eyes flick toward the army immediately, the way a hungry man looks at a feast. And you see Arjuna's eyes stay on Krishna, as if nothing else in the world is real. Krishna lets Arjuna choose first, because Arjuna arrived first, because that's the courtesy of it. And Arjuna chooses Krishna, just Krishna. No army, no guarantee of victory, except the one thing Arjuna trusts more than weapons. The friend who has walked beside him through fire and forest and humiliation and impossible choice. Duryodhana can barely hide his delight. He takes the army like a man snatching a jewel, convinced he has won the negotiation. For a moment, he looks almost happy. It's the kind of happiness that comes from counting numbers and forgetting fate. He leaves quickly, satisfied, already imagining the Pandavas crushed beneath the weight of soldiers. You watch him go, and you feel the strange quiet after his footsteps fade. Krishna remains sitting. Arjuna remains standing, as if he isn't sure his knees will hold him. And the world, which has been balancing on the edge of peace, tips fully into war. No one cheers, no one weeps, not yet. The wind moves through the camp, bringing the smell of distant rain that may never fall. Somewhere, a conch sounds again, longer this time, answered by another, then another, until the air itself seems to vibrate. You can taste dust. You can taste ghee from the lamps. You can taste the sharp, dry metal scent of arrows being taken out and held, just for a moment, in human hands. Krishna looks toward the horizon, where Kurukshetra waits. His face is calm, not because he doesn't care, because he has already carried this knowledge for a long time. The attempt was made, the door stayed shut, and now the world will learn what happens when pride refuses peace. The camp settles into a restless night. Men lie down with their weapons within reach. Horses shift in their tethers, ears flicking at every sound. The sky is clear, stars bright, as if the heavens are pretending not to notice. And beside Arjuna's chariot, still unhitched, still quiet, you feel the weight of what's coming gather like a shadow. Not in the distance, right here, breathing with you, waiting. Dawn comes without kindness. It arrives as a thin grey line under the stars. And then, quietly, Kurukshetra is there. Open land, sacred land, flat as a held breath. The camp stirs like a beast waking. You smell it first. Damp earth that never quite cools. Horse sweat. Smoke from last night's cooking fires. A sharp tang of oil rubbed into bowstrings. Somewhere close, a conch bellows. Long, hungry. Another answers, then another, until the air itself seems to harden with sound. You are standing near Arjuna's chariot when the horses start stamping. White horses, restless, tossing their heads as if they can already see what men pretend not to. Krishna moves among them with easy hands, not hurried, not tense. He checks a strap, smooths a mane, murmurs something you can't catch, and the nearest horse stops trembling for a moment. The banners rise, great standards with lions and palms and strange creatures stitched in bright thread. They snap in the wind, and for a heartbeat, it feels like a festival. Then the dust begins, not from fighting yet, just from thousands of feet shifting, lining up, shuffling into place like grain being poured into a measuring bowl. And when you look out across the field, you see them. The other side, shapes at first, then faces. A teacher you've seen teaching boys how to hold a longbow. A grandsire who used to lift children onto his knee. Cousins you once chased through palace corridors. Now they stand under different flags. And the space between the armies feels like a river you can't cross. You can feel Arjuna's breath change, the way it catches, the way his fingers tighten around the wood of his longbow, and then, suddenly, loosen as if the longbow has grown too heavy for a human hand. His shoulders sag, not from fear of arrows, from recognition. Krishna climbs onto the chariot and takes the reins. The leather creaks softly. The horses snort, hot breath clouding the morning air. Arjuna tells Krishna to drive forward, not to charge, just to see. So you roll out, wheels crunching over dry grass and scattered pebbles. The chariot moves between the two hosts, and the sound is different here, less like a crowd, more like a temple just before the lamps are lit. A low murmur, metal shifting, throats clearing, and then Arjuna sees them close. Bhishma, upright and shining in armor that looks too bright for an old man. Drona, calm as a pond, his eyes like they're still in a classroom. Kripa, steady. Karna, standing with that familiar still pride, as if the world owes him something and he will collect it in full. Arjuna's mouth goes dry. He tries to swallow and can't. You're close enough to hear the small sounds now. The tremble in his breath, the faint click of teeth as his jaw tightens. His hands begin to shake. The longbow slips. It doesn't clatter loudly. It just drops. A soft thud on the wooden floor of the chariot. For a moment, nothing moves. Even the horses seem to pause, ears forward, listening. Arjuna's eyes fill, not with weakness, but with too much love at once, too much memory, too many faces. He looks as if he's been asked to set fire to his own home. He tells Krishna he can't do it. He tells him victory tastes like ash if it's bought with the fall of everyone who raised him. And Krishna doesn't scold him like a commander. He turns his head slightly, the way a friend does when you've said something honest and heartbreaking. His voice comes soft at first, almost gentle enough to be mistaken for comfort. He speaks about what lasts and what doesn't, about the soul that doesn't burn when the body burns, about duty that isn't a punishment, but a shape you were born to fill. The wind slides across the field, bringing the smell of trampled grass and distant incense from some small shrine the soldiers passed at dawn. A fly buzzes near the horse's eyes. One flicks its tail, irritated, because even on the edge of a world-breaking war, flies still do what flies do. Krishna keeps speaking. He reminds Arjuna of the promises made in that terrible hall, the hair dragged, the silence of elders, the oath that became a rope pulling everyone toward this day. Arjuna stares ahead, trembling. Krishna's voice changes, not louder, deeper, like the sound is coming from behind the sky, and for a moment, only for a moment, it feels like the world becomes very thin, as if the veil that makes everything ordinary has been tugged aside. Arjuna looks at Krishna, and it's no longer just the familiar face of the friend from Dwaraka. It's too much. You feel it in your own chest, like standing too close to a fire you can't see. The air tastes of metal and rain that refuses to fall. Arjuna's eyes go wide. His breath stops, and then, as quickly as it opens, the moment closes again. Krishna is Krishna, hands on reins, dust on his skin, sunlight catching in his hair. He tells Arjuna to breathe. He tells him to stand. He tells him to fight, not for rage, not for greed, not for the sweetness of winning, but because refusing this battle won't undo what brought them here. Arjuna's shaking slows, not because his heart is light, because he has been held up from underneath, the way a collapsing man is held by someone who refuses to let him fall. He reaches down, his fingers wrap around the longbow again. Wood, string, familiar weight. The Gandiva settles into his grip, like an old friend who doesn't ask questions. You're right there when Arjuna lifts his head, when his shoulders straighten, when he looks across the field again, and his gaze doesn't flinch. The conches roar once more. This time, the sound doesn't feel like a warning. It feels like the door has opened, and the storm steps through. The first day moves fast, too fast for the mind to hold. The field becomes a grinding wheel of chariots and elephants and footmen, all turning under a sun that climbs higher and higher, bright and pitiless. Dust rises in sheets. It coats eyelashes, it sticks to sweat, it turns every breath gritty. You taste it, earth and salt and something bitter, like crushed leaves. Krishna drives, as if he's threading a needle through chaos. Left, right, a sudden halt, a sharp turn. Arjuna's arrows fly in a steady rhythm, the bowstring singing a high, tense note that cuts through the roar. Somewhere off to the side, Bhima's laughter booms once, an absurd sound on a battlefield, like someone cracking a joke in the middle of a funeral. It doesn't last, but it's there. A reminder that Bhima, even now, is still Bhima. Days blur. The war doesn't feel like 18 separate mornings. It feels like one long day that refuses to end. Formations shift like living creatures, birds, wheels, lotus shapes, designed to trap and separate and swallow. Every evening, the survivors stumble back to their camps with eyes rimmed red from dust and smoke. Cooking fires burn low, fed by small sticks and smaller hopes. You sit near the chariot sometimes and listen to the night sounds, armor being unbuckled with stiff fingers, a distant cough, a horse nickering softly in the dark, and always, beyond it all, the low, endless murmur of men trying to sleep while knowing they might not wake. On the 10th day, something changes. The field seems to hold its breath around one man, Bhishma, the old lion who refuses to fall. He moves through the Pandava forces like a cold wind through dry reeds, and everywhere he goes, men step back without meaning to. Even those who hate him still respect him, and that respect becomes fear. You're on Arjuna's chariot again when the plan is set in motion. Shikhandi advances ahead, a strange shield made of vow and fate and old refusal. Bhishma sees Sikandin. He does not lift his weapons against him. That's the moment. Arjuna's throat tightens. You can see it in the way his jaw clenches, in the way his eyes flick away as if he can't bear to look. Krishna doesn't plead. He doesn't soothe. He simply drives closer, closer, and Arjuna's arrows fly. They don't come in a wild storm. They come in a steady, relentless stream, as if Arjuna has turned himself into a machine with a grieving heart. Bhishma takes them. He doesn't cry out. He doesn't stagger like a weak man. He absorbs them with the dignity of someone who has already chosen his end, and he keeps fighting until even his chosen end has to arrive. Then it happens. The old warrior's knees buckle. The world seems to tilt. Bhishma falls, not into the earth, onto an impossible bed of arrows, lifted from the ground by the very weapons that brought him down. The battle hushes around that sight, the way a crowd hushes around a temple miracle. Men from both sides stop, not out of mercy, out of awe. You can smell ghee from a lamp someone has lit nearby, a small flame flickering in the wind. Someone offers water. Someone murmurs prayers with lips that were shouting war cries a moment ago. Bhishma asks for a pillow. Soft cushions are brought. He rejects them with a faint, dry amusement that somehow survives even here. And Arjuna makes an arrow pillow, setting the grandsire's head gently on it. You're close enough to see Bhishma's eyes, still clear, still sharp. The war doesn't end. It simply steps around him and continues. That night, Krishna sits quiet. He wipes dust from his hands, as if dust is the only thing that touches him. Arjuna doesn't speak much. He keeps staring at the field, where Bhishma lies like a fallen banner that refuses to be trampled. The 11th day brings a new commander, Drona, the teacher. Now the net tightens. The Kauravas want Yudhishthira captured alive, like a king taken in a game. Not slain, taken. And Drona, calm, brilliant, relentless, begins to shape the war like a craftsman shapes gold. He throws formations across the field, the way a fisher throws nets into water. The Pandavas strain to keep their eldest brother safe, and every time they think they've secured him, Drona surges again, closer, closer. You feel the panic ripple through the Pandava side in small waves. A shout, a retreat, a sudden crush of bodies pressing inward as men try to protect the one man who cannot fall. Krishna watches it all with a face like still water. But his eyes don't miss anything. On the night before the 13th day, the trap is prepared. The Trigatas step forward and take a vow so fierce it smells like smoke, even before any fire is lit. They dress in ritual grass, make offerings, speak their oath in a voice that doesn't leave room for turning back. They want Arjuna. They want him drawn away. And honor, that old hook, catches. In the morning, Arjuna hears the vow and feels it in his bones. He can't ignore it. He can't pretend it isn't his problem. He climbs onto Krishna's chariot, and you feel the wheels roll toward the side of the field where the Trigatas gather like storm clouds. Krishna doesn't argue. He turns the chariot. The horses leap forward, and just like that, The heart of the Pandava protection is pulled away, far from Yudhishthira, far from the center. You're riding with them, dust whipping your face, the wind hot and dry, the sun already burning down like a lid. Arjuna fights the Trigartas with a fierce focus, arrows striking like rain. Men fall, standards topple, the ground becomes churned and brown and bitter. But somewhere else, somewhere you can't see, another machine is opening its mouth. The Chakravyuha, a spinning layered formation like a wheel made of blades. Only a few know how to enter it, fewer know how to leave. And in the center of the Pandava camp, a boy steps forward. Abhimanyu, 16, still carrying a bit of youth in his face, though he wears armor like a man. Krishna has watched him grow, a child crawling around campfires, grabbing at shiny things, laughing when someone lifted him up. Now his hands grip a longbow. Now his eyes look forward with the bright, terrible confidence of someone who hasn't yet learned how unfair the world can be. He knows how to break into the wheel. He learned it half heard, half dreamed, before he was even born. The elders tell him to go first. They tell him they will follow. He believes them, because he is a son, because he is a nephew, because he still thinks adults mean what they say. You can almost hear the wheel turning as Abhimanyu charges. The formation opens and closes, swallowing him. Inside he fights like a small son. He strikes down charioteers. He breaks lines. He shatters the neat geometry into chaos. Outside, the Pandavas try to follow, but Jayadratha stands like a gate. A boon holds them back for one day, and they batter at him with rage and despair, unable to reach the boy who is doing what they asked. Inside the wheel, Abhimanyu is alone. You feel it like cold water poured down your spine. The sound changes. It becomes muffled, as if you're hearing battle through a thick wall. Abhimanyu's longbow is broken. His chariot is ruined. His horses are brought down. He fights on foot, then with a sword, then with whatever comes to hand. At last, he lifts a chariot wheel, spinning it like a weapon, hair loose, dust thick on his face, a wheel within a wheel. And then, the light flickers, the circle tightens, the boy's strength gives out, not in shame, but in exhaustion and inevitability. When the news reaches Arjuna, it reaches him like a spear you don't see coming. He hears it, and for a heartbeat, he doesn't understand the words. Then his face changes, not into rage at first, into a blankness that's worse. His son, the boy Krishna has teased, blessed, watched, loved, gone. Arjuna's grief rises like a flood, and with it comes something hard, something sharp, a vow. He swears that before the next day's sun sets, Jayadratha will fall. If not, Arjuna will walk into fire. You feel the weight of that vow settle onto the battlefield itself, like a new law written into the air. The 14th day arrives heavy and bright. The Kauravas know their task now. They don't have to defeat Arjuna. They only have to keep Jayadratha alive until sunset. So they bury him in layers of defense. Warriors stacked like doors, locked one behind another. Drona shapes the field into a fortress of moving bodies. Krishna drives Arjuna straight at it. The chariot surges forward. The horses foam at the mouth, eyes wide, sides heaving. Arjuna's arrows come faster than breath. The air fills with the hiss of flight, the thud of impact, the sharp crack of splintering wood. You taste dust and heat and the bitter smoke of burning grass where fire arrows have landed. At one point, Satyaki fights near enough to see his face. sweat cutting lines through dust, eyes blazing, mouth set tight. He pushes forward to carve a path for Arjuna, and then Bhurishrava's catches him. The fight becomes close and ugly. Hair is grabbed. A warrior is dragged like an animal. You feel the humiliation in your own stomach like a twisting rope. Krishna sees it. Arjuna sees it. And in that moment, friendship becomes a command. Arjuna sends an arrow. It cuts Bhurishrava's arm. Not face to face. Not with the clean honor people like to pretend war has. Bhurishrava reels, wounded, furious, shouting that this isn't right. He sits down then, withdrawing into a vow, refusing to fight further. For a heartbeat, it feels like the battlefield might respect that. Like a man sitting in penance might be safe. But the war has been learning new rules. Satyaki, raw with rage and shame and memory, strikes Bhurishrava down anyway. A hush ripples outward. Not silence, never silence, but a strange tightening, as if everyone has to swallow something bitter. Voices rise, arguing, accusing. Satyaki's answer is simple and brutal. Where was righteousness when Abhimanyu was surrounded? No one has a clean reply. The day grinds on. The sun begins to tilt. Jayadratha stays hidden behind his defenders, safe as long as the sky keeps its light. Arjuna is still fighting his way through doors that keep appearing. Krishna watches the sun, not with worry, with calculation. And then, near the end, Krishna does something that makes your breath catch. He lifts his hand. The sun seems to dim. A shadow slides over the field. Darkness falls early, sudden and strange, like a veil pulled over a lamp. On the Kaurava side, a roar rises. They think it's sunset. They think Arjuna has failed. Jayadratha comes out, relieved, bold again, and in that instant, Krishna drops the veil. Light returns. The sun is still there, not set yet. Jayadratha's face changes as he realizes what he's done. Too late. Arjuna's arrow flies. It is swift, it is final. Jayadratha falls, and Arjuna's vow is fulfilled while the sun still watches. The Kauravas howl like wounded animals. The field shakes with it, and you think, foolishly, that maybe night will bring rest. Night brings something else. The war refuses to sleep. Torches flare along the lines, their flames bending in the wind. Shadows leap and twist. And then you hear it, an unfamiliar sound, not the orderly thunder of chariots, not the massed cry of armies, a kind of laughter, wild, high, as if the dark itself has learned to grin. Ghatotkacha arrives, Bhima's son, Rakshasa-blooded, built for night. He moves like a nightmare given muscles and purpose. Illusions bloom around him, strange shapes in the darkness, sudden terrors that make horses rear and soldiers stumble. The Kaurava ranks falter. Men who were brave in sunlight suddenly feel small, as if night has shrunk their courage. You smell torch smoke and churned earth. The air is cooler now, but it doesn't soothe. It only sharpens every sound, the clatter of armor, the startled snort of animals, the quick, ragged breaths of men trying not to panic. Duryodhana, watching his forces break under this nocturnal storm, turns his eyes toward Karna. Karna, the one with the divine weapon he has been saving. A single use, a dart of certain ending. Karna has held it back for Arjuna, like a coin he refuses to spend until the perfect moment. But the night is devouring the army, and Duryodhana pressures him hard, desperate. Karna's jaw tightens, his pride resists, his loyalty yields. He lifts the weapon. Even the air seems to tense around it. He hurls it at Ghatotkacha. The weapon strikes true. Ghatotkacha falls. But even his fall is heavy with fate. His great form crashes down among the Kaurava ranks, crushing hope as much as earth. The night quiets, finally. Karna stands there, breathing hard. His greatest weapon is gone, spent. Somewhere far off, Arjuna still lives. The 15th day comes with a different kind of hunger. Drona fights as if grief has turned him into a storm. He surges through allied kings. Great names fall. Drupada, Virata, allies who stood beside the Pandavas with open hands and promises. Now the battlefield takes them, and the Pandava camp begins to taste the truth. They cannot outfight Drona cleanly, not with honor alone, not with skill alone. He's too protected, too brilliant, too relentless. And there is one place where Drona is human, his son, Ashwatthama. That's the crack. The plan forms with reluctance, with shame, with that sick feeling you get when you know you're about to do something you'll remember forever. Bhima finds an elephant named Ashwatthama. He brings it down. Then he roars the name across the field. Ashwatthama is dead. It is true, and it is not. Drona hears it and refuses to believe. His mind fights the words. He needs certainty. He turns to Yudhishthira, the one man whose truth has always felt like a pillar. Drona asks him, and Yudhishthira answers. He says Ashwatthama is dead. Then, softly, adds the detail, so softly it barely reaches the air, the elephant, but grief does not listen for fine print. Drona's shoulders slump. His weapon lowers. His eyes turn inward, as if he's already walking away from the battlefield and into a private darkness. He sits. He closes his eyes. He enters meditation, choosing to leave the fight, not with screaming, but with stillness. And you feel the strange wrongness of it. A teacher sitting down in the middle of slaughter. A quiet island in a storm. Drishtadyumna, born for this purpose, rushes forward. He does what he was made to do. Drona falls. The teacher is gone. For a heartbeat, the battlefield cheers. Then it swallows the sound and moves on. Arjuna's face is not triumphant. It is torn. Because some victories don't taste like victory. They taste like something you can't wash from your mouth. Ashwatthama hears of his father's fall, and rage ignites him like oil catching flame. He unleashes a divine weapon, Narayanastra, so fierce the air itself seems to writhe. It cannot be fought. It can only be endured by surrender. Krishna's voice cuts through the panic, urgent now, sharp as a snapped rein. He orders the Pandavas to drop their weapons, to bow down, to submit to the storm. Most do. Bhima refuses at first, stubborn as a bull in a narrow lane. For a ridiculous heartbeat, it looks like Bhima will argue with the sky itself. Then hands grab him. They force him down. The weapon passes over like a flood that doesn't touch the low ground. The battlefield survives. But something else breaks. A sense that bravery always matters. A sense that valor is always rewarded. Sometimes survival is simply obedience to the correct instruction. Days keep coming, and each day the war feels less like a contest and more like a hunger finishing its meal. The air grows thick with smoke and dust. Water tastes of leather and copper from the skins it's carried in. Even the sunlight seems tired, as if it has been watching too long. Then comes the day everyone has been circling for years, Arjuna and Karna. Their chariots draw near like two storms meeting. The ground between them is already ruined by countless wheels, but it feels suddenly like the center of the world. Krishna drives Arjuna in close. Karna stands tall, armor gleaming, eyes fixed on Arjuna with a steady intensity that is almost calm. Almost. There is a tremor beneath it, old humiliation, old pride, old loyalty. The fight begins. Arrows fly so thick, the sky seems stitched with lines. The sound is relentless. The whip crack of bowstrings, the thud of shafts, the roar of men shouting names like prayers. You're right there, feeling the chariot jolt underfoot, smelling horse breath and heated leather, hearing Krishna's quiet commands to the horses as he steers through danger. Then it happens. Karna's wheel sinks into the earth, not deep like a grave, just enough to hold, enough to betray him. His horses strain, his charioteer struggles. Karna leans down, hands reaching, trying to free it. The moment stretches, fragile as a thread. And in that stretched moment, curses awaken. The words Karna once learned slip away when he calls for them. His mind reaches for a weapon, and it isn't there. He stands suddenly exposed, not a weak man, but a great one caught by a small trap. Karna looks up. He begs for the rules of war to hold. He pleads for time, for fairness, for a pause while he frees his wheel. Arjuna hesitates. You can feel it in the air, like the chariot itself holding still. Arjuna's heart wants to grant it, because Arjuna knows. He knows what it is to face elders, to face friends, to face family. He knows what it is to hate this. But Krishna's voice comes low and steady beside him, not cruel, unshaking. He reminds Arjuna of Draupadi, dragged by her hair, of Abhimanyu surrounded, of every time fairness was demanded only when it served the powerful. He reminds Arjuna that war has already eaten the rulebook, and now, if Arjuna pauses, the war will simply take more. Arjuna's eyes squeeze shut for a flicker of time. Then he opens them, his longbow lifts, the arrow flies. Karna falls. The sun seems to dim, just slightly, as if even daylight has to blink. For a moment, everything feels quiet. Not because the war has stopped, because the long-awaited thread has finally been cut. Soon after, the war reaches its last ragged edge. Shalya takes command for the Kauravas, but it feels like someone trying to hold back a river with a palm leaf. Yudhishthira, usually the quiet center, rides out with a strange, fierce focus and meets Shalya. The duel is sharp and personal, an uncle against a nephew, and by now, even that feels ordinary. Shalya falls. The Kaurava line breaks. Duryodhana flees, wounded and furious, into the wilderness like a king turned into a hunted thing. He hides himself in a lake, sinking beneath the water with a grim, stubborn will. When the Pandavas find him, they stand at the edge of that water and call him out. You can smell wet mud and lake weeds in the hot air. Frogs croak somewhere, absurdly peaceful. Duryodhana speaks from beneath the surface, bitter and exhausted. He says he has lost everything. He says the kingdom is worthless now. He wants rest. But Yudhishthira will not allow the war to end with a man hiding in water. Not like that. Not with questions left alive. So he offers a single combat, one against one, weapon of Duryodhana's choice. It's a proud offer. It's also a dangerous one, because Duryodhana is the finest mace fighter alive. Krishna's face tightens when he hears it, not with fear, with that expression he gets when someone he loves is about to learn something the hard way. Duryodhana rises from the lake. Water runs from his hair and armor, glinting in the sunlight. He chooses the mace, and he chooses Bhima. The duel begins on open ground, watched by the remnants of armies that now look like ghosts wearing armor. Bhima and Duryodhana circle each other. Their maces swing with heavy arcs, each impact shuddering up through the earth. Dust rises around their feet in small clouds, coating their legs, making them look like statues carved from clay and rage. Bhima is stronger. Duryodhana is smoother, more trained, his movements crisp even through exhaustion. They strike, they dodge, they strike again. Time stretches, the sun moves. You can feel everyone watching, barely breathing. Then comes the moment that ends it. Bhima's eyes flash, and he remembers that dice hall. He remembers the exposed thigh. He remembers Draupadi's humiliation and his own oath that became a chain around his heart. Bhima's mace swings low. It breaks what it was forbidden to strike. Duryodhana falls, not gently, not quickly. He collapses to the ground, and the war, which has been roaring for 18 days, suddenly sounds far away. A strange silence blooms around that fallen prince. Balarama arrives then, late from pilgrimage, and sees the illegal blow with horror. He lifts his plough weapon, furious, ready to punish Bhima. Krishna steps between them. He speaks fast, urgent, reminding his brother of everything Duryodhana did first, of poisons, of traps, of that hall. The plough lowers, barely, but it lowers. Duryodhana lies there, breathing, not yet gone. He speaks from the ground with bitter dignity, claiming he fought as a king should, and that the winners will taste ash. The words hang in the air like smoke. And then, when the field should finally rest, night brings its last cruelty. Ashwatthama has nothing left, no father, no honor to protect, no future that isn't vengeance. While the Pandava camp sleeps, believing the war is finished, Ashwatthama enters like a shadow with teeth. Torches are few. Most fires have burned down. The air smells of old smoke and sweat and the faint sweetness of trampled flowers from garlands that were never meant for this. In the dark, sleeping children lie wrapped in cloth, curled like commas at the ends of sentences. Ashwatthama moves among them. Steel flashes once, twice, then again. The camp wakes to horror too late. By the time the night loosens its grip, the dawn reveals what cannot be undone. A victory with a hole torn through it. When Krishna sees the aftermath, his face does not change much. But his eyes look older, not weary, just ancient, as if he has been watching human choices repeat themselves for more lifetimes than anyone can imagine. The war ends, not with a trumpet, with exhaustion, with men too tired to lift weapons, with horses standing dull-eyed, ribs showing under dust-caked coats, sides heaving in the heat, with vultures circling far above, patient as fate. And then Gandhari comes, blindfolded, walking slowly across the ruined field, guided by women and attendants, her feet careful among broken chariot paths and scattered weapons. You can smell the earth now, dark and damp in places where the ground has been churned too deep. The air is thick with smoke from funeral fires that have already begun at the edges. Gandhari's hands reach out. She touches faces, one son, then another, 100 times. Grief tries to find a new shape, and each time it finds the same emptiness. When she reaches Krishna, her grief turns sharp. It becomes a curse. Her voice shakes, and yet it lands with the force of a weapon. She tells him his clan will fall too. In 36 years, his people will destroy themselves the way hers have been destroyed. You feel the air tighten around that moment. Even the wind seems to pause. Krishna does not flinch. He does not argue. He accepts the curse, like someone accepting a bill that has been due for a long time. He bows his head slightly, a gesture small enough to miss if you blink. But you're there. You see it. You feel it. The sun continues to shine. the earth continues to hold everyone, victor and defeated alike. And Krishna, who once stole butter with laughing hands, stands in the dust of Kurukshetra, reins slack in his fingers now, as if the chariot has finally stopped moving. Around him, the field is quiet in a way that doesn't soothe. A quiet that rings, a quiet that remembers. You stand there with the smell of smoke in your hair and dust on your tongue, listening to the far-off crackle of funeral fires. And in the center of it all, Krishna's face remains calm, not because it was easy, because he stayed, because he drove the chariot all the way to the end, because some wars don't end when the last mace falls. They end when the last consequence arrives. And the consequences, like the wind, have already begun to blow. 3 days pass, nothing improves. The wind keeps pushing the same dust across the same field, as if it doesn't know the war is over. Ash drifts down like grey pollen. The smell of burnt ghee, burnt wood, burnt cloth, everything sweet and terrible clings to your hair and sits behind your teeth. You walk carefully because the ground is uneven in a way a field should never be. Conch shells don't call anyone now. No drums, no banners snapping, just crows arguing over scraps and the low, steady crackle of fires that have been fed for days. This is what victory looks like, up close. It looks like smoke. It looks like men who can't meet each other's eyes. It looks like Krishna standing where the chariot used to be, still dusty, still calm, still here. You expect him to vanish, to lift away from the earth like a lamp flame freed from its wick. You expect that kind of clean ending, but he doesn't go. He stays with the Pandavas as they do the last work no hero sings about. The counting, the finding, the naming when anyone can be named, and then the burning. The funeral pyres rise like small hills. There are too many of them to place with any dignity, so they line the field in long rows, like harvest stacks after a brutal season. The fires eat and eat. Sometimes a gust of wind makes them flare, and the heat rolls over you in waves. You can feel it in your bones, that steady baking heat. Krishna walks among them, not hurrying, not stopping. Now and then he pauses, only a pause, and his eyes soften, as if he's recognizing someone from another life. A friend, a cousin, a boy he once lifted onto a chariot seat with a laugh. No one asks him why he's still here. No one really wants the answer. Then Gandhari comes to the field when the smoke is thickest. You hear her before you see her. Her bangles tapping, her cloth dragging over dry grass, the quiet murmur of women behind her trying to guide her steps. She has been blind all her life, and yet she walks like she can see everything now. Her eyes are covered, as always, but her grief doesn't need sight. She moves slowly, one hand outstretched. Her fingers find a shoulder, a cheek, the curve of a jaw, the familiar shape of a forehead she once kissed when it was warm and living. And you're there beside her, feeling the air tighten each time her hand lands and recognizes 100 suns, 100 names. Somewhere in the distance, a fire cracks and a log collapses with a sigh. The smell of sandalwood is almost lost under the harsher smoke. Someone pours clarified butter onto a pyre, and for a moment, the flame smells like temple lamps again. For a moment, your mind tries to pretend this is worship. But then Gandhari's hand touches hair that is stiff with dust, and the illusion breaks. She sinks down, not dramatically, just down, like her bones have decided they cannot keep standing. The women around her hold her. Their bracelets clink, Their breath comes fast in the heat. Krishna steps closer. He doesn't reach for her, not at first. He lets her have her grief the way a person needs water, without interruption. And when she does lift her covered face toward him, you can feel the old curse still hanging in the air between them, like a thread that won't snap. He doesn't argue with her. He doesn't try to soften what's done. He stands there, hands relaxed at his sides, the way he stood in Hastinapura when Duryodhana refused peace. The way he stood in Kurukshetra when Abhimanyu was trapped inside a spinning wall of spears. Present, unmoving, a god who doesn't leave the room when it gets unbearable. You notice something small then, something almost absurd. Even now, in this charred world, Krishna's garland has a few petals still clinging to it, crushed, dusty, but there, as if beauty is stubborn, as if it refuses to be completely defeated. Later, the coronation comes like a task someone remembered too late. Hastinapura is still standing. The walls still cast shade. The streets still smell of cow dung and cooking fires in the evening. Children still run because children always run. But the city feels hollowed out. The palace corridors echo too much. The courtyards are too empty. The fountains splash with a cheerful sound that seems almost rude. You enter the great hall where kings used to roar and laugh and gamble away kingdoms, and now the air is cool and stale. Incense burns in neat lines, trying to cover the scent of old sweat and old fear. Yudhishthira sits on the throne, and the throne is enormous, too enormous for one man carrying so many ghosts. The priests chant, sacred water is poured, a crown is placed, everyone bows. But when you look closely, you can see it in Yudhishthira's face. He isn't triumphing, he's enduring. His eyes keep drifting, just drifting, to places where his brothers would have stood in a different world, where friends would have grinned, where elders would have nodded. Now those places are empty. Even Bhima, who has never looked like he could be made small by anything, stands a little quieter. His shoulders are still massive, but his gaze is fixed on the floor, as if the stones might offer him forgiveness. Arjuna stands like a man braced for an arrow that never comes. His hands keep flexing, as if searching for reins, for a bowstring, for something to hold that makes sense. Draupadi is there. Her hair is bound now. It is done. The vow has been paid for in the currency the world demanded. She looks at the throne and then away, like she's staring at a fire too long. And Krishna stands near the pillars, half in shadow, watching it all. Not judging, not smiling, just watching, like someone witnessing a play whose ending he already knows. And still, somehow, it hurts. You're standing among the gathered crowd, and you realize your own throat is tight. The air smells like jasmine and ghee and polished wood, and yet you can still taste Kurukshetra, dust and smoke, at the back of your tongue. The crown gleams, the hall applauds, and the applause sounds like rain on dry leaves. After that, they go back to the battlefield again. Because Bhishma is still there. You can't forget him, even if you try. He lies where he fell, upheld by the arrowbed he chose, the old lion refusing to release life until the sun turns as it should. Around him, the ground has been cleared, swept, made almost clean, as if cleanliness could make this holy. The air is cooler here. The wind has room to move. It brings the scent of wild grass, and underneath that, the faint metallic smell of old weapons left too long in heat. A few bees wander near the flowers someone placed by Bhishma's head, confused that the blossoms are not attached to anything living. Krishna comes with the Pandavas, and you come too, stepping into that strange ring of quiet around the grandsire. Warriors who would have tried to split each other in half yesterday stand together now with their hands folded. Bhishma's eyes are open, they are clear. His voice, when he speaks, is not loud. It doesn't need to be. Even the birds seem to listen. He speaks for a long time, not with the eager fire of a young teacher who wants to win arguments, but with the steadiness of an old man who knows everyone will ignore half of what he says anyway. He tells Yudhishthira how to rule, how to hold people together, how to keep greed from turning the court rotten again. And you watch Yudhishthira's face as he listens. He looks like a thirsty man trying to drink from a river that's moving too fast. Sometimes Bhima shifts impatiently because Bhima has never been built for sitting still. He's built for action, for storms, for breaking things, and you can almost hear Bhima's thoughts. Can wisdom hurry up, please? Krishna stands near Bhishma's side, quiet as a lamp in daylight. At one point, Bhishma's gaze turns toward Krishna, and something tender crosses the old warrior's face. Reverence, gratitude, regret, maybe all three at once. Krishna doesn't speak much. He doesn't need to. His presence is enough to keep the moment from tipping into despair. You sit there too, feeling the coolness of the earth under your legs, feeling the slow drift of time. And you realize something. The war was loud. But this is heavier, because now there's room to feel. No arrows in the air to distract you, no conches to drown out the heart. Just the murmur of Bhishma's voice, the sigh of wind across grass, and the faint crackle of distant pyres still doing their work. Days become weeks, weeks become months. The kingdom begins again, the way a field begins again after a wildfire. Tentative, raw, stubborn. Markets reopen, grain is measured, disputes are heard, taxes are collected with grim faces. Weddings happen, small and quiet, as if joy needs permission now, and Krishna stays. Sometimes he's in the palace halls, walking with Yudhishthira in the early morning when the marble is cool and the servants haven't begun their clatter. Sometimes he sits with Arjuna and says nothing at all, letting the archer's silence unwind at its own pace. Sometimes he visits Draupadi, and there's no grand miracle now. Just a steadiness, a listening that doesn't flinch away when anger rises like a cobra. You see him with the brother's children too. He lifts a toddler onto his hip, and the child tugs at his peacock feather like it's the most normal thing in the world. Krishna smiles then, a small smile, as if, for one heartbeat, Vrindavan flickers through the ashes. Once, Bhima complains about royal duties, the endless hearings, the endless petitions. His voice has that familiar bite, like he's trying to chew through the world. Krishna's eyes glint, and he reminds Bhima that smashing problems with a mace is satisfying, but it doesn't help when the problem is a man who refuses to share a well. Bhima grunts like a bull forced to wear a garland. It's almost funny, almost. Even humor feels careful now, like a lamp carried through dry grass. After a while, the horse sacrifice is prepared. A great ritual, a king's announcement to the world. I rule and I am responsible. The air fills with new scents, fresh-cut grass, milk boiling in copper pots, flowers crushed underfoot, incense thick enough to taste. Priests chant until the sound becomes a woven cloth around your mind. A stallion is chosen, strong, restless, shining. a fine animal, too intelligent to be comfortable with all the attention. Garlands hang around its neck. Sacred marks are drawn on its forehead. The horse is released to wander, guarded by warriors. Where it goes, kingdoms must either submit or fight. The old rule of emperors. But this isn't an old world anymore. You can feel that, watching the horse step out into the sunlight. Its hooves strike the ground with a steady sound, and you think of chariots. You think of Kurukshetra. Krishna watches the ritual with an expression you can't quite name. Not approval, not disapproval, more like acceptance. As if humans need these forms the way they need fences around fields. Something to keep the chaos from rolling in too quickly. And he stays through all of it. He doesn't have to, but he does. Years pass, not too many, not enough. Hastinapura becomes livable again, if not joyous. There are new faces in the court, new voices, new laughter that sounds a little startled when it arrives. But the older ones, Yudhishthira, Bhima, Arjuna, Draupadi, carry the war in the way they stand, the way they pause before speaking, the way their eyes sometimes go far away for no reason at all. Krishna is with them, on and off, like a steady star that appears even when clouds try to cover it. And then, one day, he leaves, not in a blaze, not with a proclamation, just leaving, the way a friend leaves when it's time to return home, even if the road is long and the heart is heavy. You feel the change in the air when he's gone, as if the world has lost a certain balance, as if the chariot has rolled on without its driver, and everyone is pretending they don't miss the reins in his hands. And then Dwaraka greets him with salt wind. You smell it before you see the city. Sea spray, fish, sun-warmed stone. The waves slap against the sea walls with a familiar rhythm like a heartbeat. The golden spires still catch the light. The streets still gleam after a morning wash. The markets still shout with bargaining voices. But something is wrong. It's in the way people look past each other. It's in the way laughter turns sharp too quickly. It's in the way young men swagger with an edge that feels hungry. The air carries an unease, like storm clouds gathering out beyond the horizon, where you can't see them yet. Krishna walks through the city, and people bow, and mothers lift children to show him, and old men murmur blessings. But even their reverence has a crack in it, because the curse has been traveling all these years, quiet, patient, like a seed under hard soil. And it begins with a joke. Of course it does. Not with a war drum, not with a demon's roar, with young men bored inside a city too safe for its own good. A group of Vrishni youths, handsome, loud, full of themselves, decide to mock visiting sages. They dress one of their friends as a pregnant woman, wrapping cloth around his belly, draping him with ornaments, as if that makes the disguise clever. They bring him to the sages with false humility and smirking eyes, and they ask for a prophecy. What will this woman give birth to? You can almost see the youths congratulating themselves already. You can almost hear their minds. We are hilarious. The sages are not amused. Their faces harden like sun-baked clay. Their eyes sharpen. Their voices fall like stones into a well. They declare that this pregnancy will end in an iron bolt, and that iron will be the ruin of the clans who laugh at holiness. The youths flee, suddenly less brave, and the city laughs it off for half a day, until the iron bolt appears, not as a symbol, not as a warning written in smoke, an actual thing, cold, heavy, real. King Ugrasena orders it destroyed. The iron is ground down into filings, and those filings are thrown into the sea, as if the ocean can wash fate away. The wind off the water is brisk that day. Seagulls wheel overhead, crying their harsh, ordinary cries, and the filings vanish beneath the waves. People breathe easier, because humans love the feeling of, we handled it. But the sea is patient too. The filings wash ashore. They sink into sand. They mix with soil. And along the coast, strange reeds begin to grow. Thin, sharp, tough. The kind of grass you wouldn't want to fall into. Even as a child, people notice. They talk. Then they forget again. Forgetting is a skill. Dwaraka has always been good at it. After that, omens begin to gather. Not all at once, not in a way anyone can point to and say, there is the beginning. It's small things. Fires burn oddly, leaning the wrong way, even when the wind is still. Food spoils too quickly. Birds shriek at noon as if it's midnight. Women wake from dreams with their hearts racing, saying they saw darkness moving through the streets like a person. Men laugh too loudly at nothing. Quarrels start over, spilled water, and end with weapons drawn. Krishna sees it. Of course, he sees it. He walks through the city at dusk, when the stones still hold the day's heat, and the sea breeze finally gives mercy. His feet make soft sounds on the clean streets. The smell of salt and warm rock rises around him. And in the distance, from some house, someone plays a flute. It's clumsy, wrong notes, but the sound cuts through him anyway, like a memory with teeth. For a moment he's back under the moon in Vrindavan, dancing on cool grass, the Yamuna whispering nearby, butter on his fingers. Then the moment passes. The city is still Dwaraka. The curse is still walking toward its home. So Krishna calls for a pilgrimage, a gathering at Prabhasa by the sea, a holy place, bright with sand and salt, with temples and sacred water. A good idea? Everyone agrees. A cleansing, a reset. The clans prepare like they're going to a festival. Carts roll out loaded with pots and cloth and food. Women carry baskets of fruit. Children tumble over each other in excitement. Warriors bring wine, because warriors always bring wine, and because someone always insists that rules are for other people. You travel with them, feeling the road underfoot, dust, then sand, then the damp firmness near the shore. The air grows wetter, the wind tastes of salt. At Prabhasa, tents rise like bright flowers. Cooking fires crackle. The smell of roasted grain and spiced meat drifts into the open air. Conches blow for rituals. Bells ring. For a few hours, it almost feels like joy again. It almost feels like the world has forgiven itself. And then the drinking begins. Someone breaks the old restriction with a grin. Someone else follows, because restraint is lonely when everyone around you is shouting. Cups are passed. Voices grow louder. Jokes turn mean. Old grudges surface, the kind that have been sleeping under the skin since Kurukshetra. One man taunts another about something done in the war. Another man answers with a reminder, sharper than a blade. Names are thrown like stones. The air grows hot, even though the sea breeze keeps blowing. You can feel the moment tipping, that terrible, familiar tipping when a room full of armed men stops being a room and becomes a spark pit. Satyaki, fierce, proud, quick to anger, turns on Kritavarma, and the insult is not just personal, it's moral. It's a list of wounds that never healed. Kritavarma answers with his own list, and suddenly there are too many voices, too many hands, too much wine. Someone reaches for a weapon, but weapons aren't there. not the grand ones, not the celestial ones, not the shining swords that make a fight look heroic. Instead, someone grabs the grass, those strange reeds by the shore, thin, sharp, tough. A man yanks a handful up, intending only to threaten, and in his fist, the grass becomes hard, cold, iron, not metaphorically, not poetically. The first blow lands and the world splits. The festival becomes a storm. Men who grew up together, who ate at the same tables, who called each other brother, turn into strangers in a blink. The sand kicks up under their feet. The sea roars behind them, indifferent. The sound is chaos, shouting, running, the dull thud of bodies hitting earth, the crash of overturned pots, women screaming names that will not be answered. You stand there and the salt wind lashes your face and you taste sand on your tongue. It happens fast, too fast for anyone to stop it once it begins. The reeds, those cursed reeds, keep turning to iron in grasping hands. The beach becomes a place of falling forms, glittering ornaments in the sand, garlands torn and trampled. Fathers strike sons, sons strike fathers. Friends stumble back from each other with shock in their eyes, as if asking, "Did I just do that?" And then they do it again. Time moves like a blade through the crowd. Krishna is there. At first he tries to hold himself apart, as if distance can change anything. Then he steps forward, and his face is no longer the face of the laughing boy from Vrindavan. It is the face of the charioteer on the battlefield. His hand closes around the grass. It becomes a weapon in his palm. And he brings down those who rush toward him, not with rage, but with the same terrible steadiness he carried through Kurukshetra. A god doing what must be done, even when it breaks the heart. It doesn't save the clan. Nothing saves the clan. The curse ripens fully, and the beach fills with silence between waves of noise, until even the noise thins out, until the shouting becomes scattered, until the last few stagger, wounded by grief more than any weapon, and fall where the sand is damp. The sea keeps breathing, in, out, as if it has all the time in the world. Then Balarama leaves. He does not argue with anyone. He does not demand sense from madness. He walks away from the beach, away from the bodies, away from the broken clan. You follow him with your eyes as he goes to a quiet place beneath trees, where the air smells of bark and salt and warm leaves. He sits, his breath slows, and then something ancient rises out of him, like the memory of the universe itself. A great serpent form, endless and gleaming, uncoils from his body and slips away, vanishing into the unseen. The forest grows still after that. Even the birds hesitate. Krishna remains. He sends his charioteer Dwaraka away with urgent instructions. Go, bring Arjuna, bring him quickly. Then he looks back toward the beach, toward what is left of his people, toward the place where laughter turned into ruin. He walks among the fallen. He finds faces he has known since childhood. He finds sons, friends, cousins, warriors who once stood at his side like pillars, and now they lie in sand, garlands half buried, eyes staring at a sky that does not answer. He does not wail. He does not collapse. But you can feel, in the way his shoulders settle, that something inside him has gone quiet, as if the flute has stopped playing. Dwaraka waits for him. The city is still glittering, still proud, still set against the sea like a jewel, but it feels like a jewel already slipping from a loosened setting. Krishna returns and finds his father, Vasudeva. The old man's face is drawn tight with grief. His eyes look too large in his skull, as if grief has eaten everything else away. Krishna sits with him. He speaks gently, telling him Arjuna will come, that the women will be protected, that arrangements will be made. Vasudeva listens like a man listening to a boatman's promise in a storm. Outside, the sea wind blows harder. You smell salt and something else. Damp stone, the scent of tide water creeping into places it doesn't belong. As if the ocean has already begun moving in, Krishna rises. He bows to his father, and then he walks out of the city. Alone, no chariot, no conch, no army. Just footsteps on stone, then sand, then earth. You follow him into the forest, where the light is softer and the air is cooler. Leaves rustle overhead. The ground is uneven with roots. Somewhere nearby, a small stream mutters to itself over stones. The world feels ordinary here, and that is part of what makes it unbearable. Krishna finds a quiet place beneath a tree. He sits. He rests one foot across the other knee. The pose is casual, almost like a boy resting after stealing butter, but his eyes are far away. He closes them. His breath becomes slow, deep, even. The forest hums, cicadas, birds, the faint whisper of wind moving through bamboo. And time, that great patient thing, steps closer. Not long after, a hunter named Jara moves through the trees. You can almost smell him before you see him. Sweat, leather, the sharp scent of crushed herbs underfoot. He's been walking a long time. He's hungry, focused, eyes scanning for movement. He sees something in the brush, a shape, a pale flash, a foot catching light through leaves. In his mind, it becomes a deer. His hand moves with the ease of someone who has done this 1,000 times. The longbow bends, the string hums, the arrow flies. It strikes Krishna's heel. A small place, a human place, the kind of place that shouldn't matter, and yet does. Krishna opens his eyes, not in anger, not in surprise, just opening them, as if waking from a deep rest. Jara rushes forward, and the hunter's face changes as soon as he sees who it is. Horror floods him. He falls to the ground, clutching at Krishna's feet, his whole body shaking with regret. Krishna's hand lifts. It rests lightly on the hunter's head. There is forgiveness in that touch, as simple and steady as a mother soothing a frightened child. The hunter looks up, tears mixing with dust on his cheeks. Krishna's gaze is soft. He does not curse the man. He does not demand payment. He comforts him, sending him away with peace instead of punishment. And then the forest grows strangely bright, not with the harsh glare of midday sun, with a radiance that seems to come from the air itself, as if the space around Krishna is remembering what he truly is. You feel it on your skin, that gentle warmth. It isn't heat, it's presence. Krishna's breathing becomes even slower. His face changes, not into something frightening, not into the cosmic form that shattered a court, but into something calm, almost tender, as if he's looking back through his own life. And you drift with him through the last quiet images. Vrindavan under moonlight, the Yamuna shining like a dark ribbon, a girl's laughter, Radha, bright as bells, and the ache of sweetness that follows when love knows it will not stay. Little hands stealing butter from a pot, cheeks smeared white, eyes wide with innocence and mischief. Yashoda's scolding face, trying so hard to be stern, failing every time because she loves him too much. Govardhan's weight in his palm, so easy it was almost insulting, and yet his village's fear was real, and he held the mountain anyway. Dwaraka rising from the sea, stone by stone, impossible and shining. Arjuna's nervous laugh the first time they truly became friends. That laugh, that always sounded like an arrow released too early. Draupadi's fierce eyes in the assembly hall, refusing to be broken even when everyone tried. The battlefield, the chariot, the rains, the dust, the moments when people begged him to stop time itself. And he stayed steady because stopping time would not stop consequence. And now, this forest, this quiet, this small arrow in a heel, a god choosing an ending that looks, from a distance, like any other man's end. The radiance swells, soft and gold, like dawn spreading across water. Krishna's face relaxes. The breath leaves him, not with struggle, with surrender, as if he has simply stepped out of a room when the work is done. The forest holds its breath for a moment and then releases it. Leaves rustle. A bird calls once, sharp and clear, as if marking the instant, and far away, beyond the trees, the sea keeps rolling toward Dwaraka, patient, unstoppable. But Arjuna arrives too late. He comes like a storm, trying to outrun its own shadow. Chariot wheels rattling, horses foaming, heart pounding with dread. Dwaraka leads him, face drawn and eyes hollow. When Arjuna reaches Dwaraka, the city is already changing. The sea has begun to claim it. Water creeps into streets that were once bright and dry. The scent of salt is everywhere, stronger than incense, stronger than cooking fires. People run with bundles in their arms, clothes, pots, small idols wrapped in cloth. Children cry, confused by the urgency of adults. The golden spires still gleam, but now they gleam under a sky that feels too wide. Arjuna moves through the city like a man walking inside a dream that keeps collapsing. He finds Vasudeva, and the old man's grief is so heavy it looks like age has doubled overnight. He speaks of leaving this world soon, of joining his sons. Arjuna tries to be strong. He tries, but you can see it. His strength is not the same here. The air feels wrong. The world feels like it's shifting under your feet. And the old heroes are being left behind in a life that's already closing. They gather the women. So many women. So many children. So many voices calling Krishna's name as if a name can anchor a sinking city. They begin the journey away from the sea, away from Dwaraka, away from the place where miracles once lived as casually as fish in water. Behind them, the ocean takes the streets. It takes the courtyards. It takes the palace walls. Water rises where laughter once echoed, and Dwaraka, shining, impossible Dwaraka, slips into the waves like a lamp lowered into a river. Quietly, without ceremony, the sea closes over it. You can almost imagine the spires still standing down there, gleaming in green light, waiting for no one. Arjuna leads the people onward, but even that road is not kind. Raiders come, smelling weakness, bold in a world where the old protections have vanished. Arjuna fights, and yet his hands feel strange, as if the longbow no longer belongs to him, as if the world no longer answers the old calls. Some women are taken, some children are lost in the chaos of fear and running feet. Arjuna's face tightens with shame, with disbelief, with a grief that has nowhere to go, because Krishna is not beside him now. The chariot is gone. The reins are empty, and the world, without that steady presence, feels like it's wobbling on its own axis. Back in the forest, the place where Krishna rested grows quiet again. The radiance fades, not abruptly, but like sunset fading from a wall. The air cools. The insects resume their ordinary song. The tree above him rustles its leaves as if nothing has happened. A few flowers fall. They land on the earth softly, and the earth receives them. Somewhere far away, someone in a village will wake in the night and feel an ache they cannot name. Somewhere far away, a cow will low, restless. Somewhere far away, on a riverbank, a boy will lift a flute to his lips and play a tune he doesn't understand, and the notes will drift across the water like memory. And here, under the tree, where the ground smells of roots and damp soil, Krishna lies as still as any man. The peacock feather rests near his head, caught in grass. The forest keeps breathing in, out, as if it has all the time in the world, as if the world can go on, even after the god who stayed has finally, gently gone. And so, we come to the end, or what looks like an end. You can still feel that forest hush, can't you? The way the air kept moving after Krishna went still. As if the world, embarrassed and heartbroken, tried to act normal. Leaves rustling, insects singing, a flower dropping softly to the soil, like it's always done. After all of that, after butter stolen from clay pots, after palaces and dice, after vows made with shaking mouths, after a whole field of kings emptied out under the sun, your chest wants something simple, something that closes. So let it close now, gently, because Krishna's life moves like a long, looping garland, and every flower on it had something to say. In Vrindavan, he was the impossible made ordinary, a toddler with cream on his lips, eyes bright with mischief, running from angry mothers who were absolutely convinced they were raising a menace. You saw it yourself. Divinity wasn't only thunder and command. It was play. It was laughter. It was dancing in dust so fine it turned golden at sunset. That part stays with you for a reason, because it teaches that joy isn't a reward you earn after you've suffered enough. Joy is sacred while you're still muddy, still hungry, still unfinished. Bhakti, love, doesn't always look like folded hands. Sometimes it looks like a village child chasing a flute song and forgetting, for one peaceful moment, to be afraid. And then he grows up into Dwaraka, and the tone changes. Now it's salt wind and stone walls and the tired ache of a king who has already fought too many battles. Jarasandha comes again and again, like a headache that returns the moment you think it's gone. And Krishna does something that surprises proud warriors. He retreats, not in panic, not in shame, in wisdom. Strength isn't always charging forward. Sometimes strength is refusing to feed a fire. Sometimes dharma, your duty, your place in the order of things, means you stop proving yourself and start protecting what matters. Dwaraka rising from the sea is part miracle, part message. Build what you need, where you need it, and don't let pride tell you only one kind of bravery counts. Then comes the dice hall, that cold floor, that horrible laughter, the way the elders sat like statues with their mouths full of silence, and the question that burns because it's so human, why didn't Krishna stop it before it began? That scene teaches a hard truth without shouting it. Love doesn't always take the wheel from your hands. People are given choice, even when they use it badly. That's part of what makes this world feel real and painful and worth living in. Krishna doesn't snap his fingers and turn everyone into better people. He stays close, yes. He protects when it's time to protect. But he doesn't erase what people decide to do. Free will is a kind of fire. It can warm a home. It can also burn it down. And when Draupadi reached for him from the far edge of humiliation, help arrived, not to cancel what happened, but to carry her through it. not rescue that erases the wound, presence that refuses to abandon. Then, when peace still had one last breath left in it, Krishna walked into Hastinapura as a messenger. No weapons, no armor, just that steady gaze that makes proud men feel suddenly childish. He offered compromise after compromise, smaller and smaller, until refusing peace became almost ridiculous. Still, Duryodhana clung to his stubbornness like it was a crown. That embassy matters because it shows something beautiful and practical. You try. Even when you know the answer might be no, you try. Because the attempt leaves a clean mark on your own heart. It means you didn't rush toward ruin with excitement. It means you honored what could have been before accepting what must be. And then the chariot rolls onto Kurukshetra. Dust in your teeth, conches splitting the air, horses stamping so hard the ground seems to throb. Arjuna's hands won't work. His breath shortens. His world turns into faces he loves on the other side. And Krishna speaks, not like a distant god on a throne, but like the one friend who won't let you collapse into helplessness. He gives Arjuna the Gita not as pretty words, but as a way to stand up again. Dharma is at the center of it. Duty, yes, but deeper than duty. The work that is yours to do, because you're the one standing there. And he teaches karma in the way only a charioteer can teach it. Action is unavoidable. The only freedom is in how you hold the action. Do it with a clenched fist, demanding a specific outcome, and it chains you. Do it as offering, steady, clear, without greed for the fruit, and it can set you free, even in a battlefield. He teaches that love and duty can sit in the same chest. That grief doesn't disqualify you from acting. That devotion isn't weakness. Then the war eats the young. Abhimanyu goes in, brave and shining, and the world answers him with cruelty. After that, the war's rules start falling like loose tiles. You felt it, the way even good men began to do things they never thought they'd do. The way victories arrived with a bitter taste, like smoke on food. That part teaches the most grown-up lesson of all. Dharma is complicated. Not because right and wrong are meaningless, no, but because in a broken world, even the right choice can cut. Even necessary action can hurt. The Mahabharata doesn't promise you a clean conscience. It promises you clarity if you're willing to look. And then, after victory, there is no music, only pyres, only widows, only a throne that feels like sitting on cold stone in a room full of ghosts. Krishna stays through that too. He doesn't vanish the moment the main event is over. He stands beside the living when the living have to carry what remains. And finally, his own end. Not thunder. Not a blaze of glory that lets everyone clap and feel satisfied. A quiet forest, a hunter's mistake, a heel in the grass, a god accepting consequences that were spoken long before. That ending seals the teaching with a soft final hand on your shoulder. Nothing in time escapes time. Even Krishna, who could have refused the world, chose to live inside it all the way to the last breath. So what's left with you when the dust settles? This. The divine doesn't always save you from your choices. It walks with you through them. It sits beside you in exile. It stands beside you in shame. It holds the reins when your hands won't stop shaking. And when you finally look up, really look, you realize it was never far away, not above you, beside you, like a charioteer in the thick of it, steady and close, waiting for you to breathe, until even the need to choose grows quiet. The sea has swallowed the city, not all at once, not with a dramatic roar that announces itself to the heavens. It takes Dwaraka the way night takes a lamp, slow, steady, inevitable. Salt wind moves over empty streets. The last footprints vanish under the tide. And under the dark water, the golden spires still stand, patient as ever, catching stray light like jewelry dropped in a river. If you could sink down there, down past the rippling skin of the ocean, you'd feel the cool pressure close around your ears. You'd see pillars crusted with pearl and pale moss, doorways where fish drift in and out like curious little courtiers. The palace courtyards, silent now, holding their breath. And somewhere, in all that deep blue quiet, it almost feels like the city is still waiting for him to come home. A conch shell rolls gently in the sand. No one blows it. It simply rests, and the sea keeps its own soft rhythm. Far from the coast, the world keeps moving. Hastinapura still wakes to ordinary mornings, smoke from cooking fires, the clatter of pots, the cry of crows arguing over yesterday's crumbs. But the air is different, thinner, as if the age itself has changed its clothes. The great hall stands, the pillars stand, the throne stands, yet everything feels like it's been left out in the rain too long. And then, one morning, the decision becomes action. No trumpet announces it. No grand procession spills out with banners. Just 5 brothers, older now, quieter now, turning their backs on the palace that cost too much to win. You're there at the edge of the city when they leave. You feel the dust rise under their sandals, fine and warm. You smell the sun on dry earth. You hear the faint creak of leather, the soft jingle of something small, an old ornament maybe, worn more from habit than pride. Even the dogs in the street seem to pause and watch. A king walking away from his kingdom is a strange sight. Stranger still when he doesn't look back. They head north. The road narrows, the trees change, the light shifts, fields give way to scrubland, and scrubland to rocky paths where the wind has nothing to soften it. At night, the sky is so full of stars, it looks crowded, like someone spilled a sack of pearls across black velvet. The brothers lie down with their cloaks pulled close, and the fire burns low, and the silence does what silence always does. It makes room for memory, for the sound of chariot wheels that aren't there anymore, for the feeling of reins in your hands, even when your palms are empty. You can almost hear Krishna's presence, the way you can hear a river in the dark, steady, close, not asking to be seen. And when the wind moves through the grass, it combs the earth with the same gentleness as a hand smoothing a restless brow. On the way, people still speak his name, not with speeches, not with ceremony, with the same ease they use when they ask for salt. A woman kneading dough murmurs it under her breath as the flour clings to her fingers. A child with scraped knees says it like a complaint and a prayer all at once. In a small temple, an oil lamp trembles, and the air smells of ghee and marigold and old stone warmed by the day. Bells ring softly, not the thunderous kind that shakes your ribs, but the kind that sounds like silver rain. You stand in the doorway for a moment, half in shadow, half in light, and there he is, everywhere, in the painted eyes on the wall. In the song, a priest hums without thinking. In the way the flame leans toward the wick, as if it's listening. Someone places a little bowl of butter before the image. Plain, white, fragrant, a simple offering. And you can almost feel a grin in the air, like a familiar troublemaker just stepped behind you. Because far away from kings and oceans and thrones, Vrindavan still has mornings. The Yamuna still slides along her banks, green and slow, carrying fallen leaves like tiny boats. Cows still crowd the narrow lanes, warm-bodied and patient, tails flicking at flies. The air is sweet with crushed jasmine and damp river mud. Somewhere, a pot of milk is boiling over because someone got distracted. Again. You walk through the village at dusk, and the dust turns gold in the slanting light. Children run past you, laughing, chasing one another with sticks and garlands, their bangles clicking like little bells. An old woman scolds them without any real fire in it. Everyone pretends they're not listening for something. Everyone listens anyway. On certain nights, when the moon is round and the heat finally loosens its grip, the riverbank feels like it's holding its breath. The trees stand very still. The lotus leaves barely move. And that's when it happens. Not loudly, not for an audience. A thin ribbon of music, like wind slipping through bamboo. A flute. You're standing in the grass when it reaches you. It doesn't come from one direction. It seems to rise out of the night itself, out of the moonlight on water, out of the hush between cricket chirps. It's so soft you might think you imagined it. But your skin knows, your chest knows. The sound settles in you the way warmth settles in a blanket. You can almost see him without seeing him. Blue as deep shade under a tree, a peacock feather tilting when he turns his head, the curve of a smile that never asks permission before it changes your life. There's no command in the music, no demand, only that strange, steady invitation he always carried, even as a child. Come closer. Don't be afraid. And if your mind tries to insist on distance, on endings, on years, on oceans, this sound ignores all of that. It simply plays. Somewhere on a mountain path, the brothers keep walking. Somewhere under the sea, a city keeps shining in the dark. Somewhere in a kitchen, someone tastes a curry and thinks, for no reason at all, of a boy with butter on his chin. And somewhere in Vrindavan, in a lane that smells of cows and crushed flowers and warm dust, a child darts around a corner with a stolen handful of cream. You don't see his face at first. You see the small footprints. You hear the laughter, bright, quick, just out of reach. And then, for one breath of a moment, you feel it. Not a grand miracle, not thunder, just closeness, like a hand on the reins, like a song on the wind, like a flute still playing as the night deepens softly, endlessly, until the world is nothing but quiet water, pale moonlight, and that tender, familiar sound drifting over the sleeping earth.